Hey Vaishnavi, I think your mic is muted.
Sorry for the mistake. All right, so let's start again. A very warm welcome to everyone. Good morning. How are you doing? I hope everyone is good and safe. Thank you so much for all of your time. And I'm really honored to be your host for today for Track 2. And I know that you're excited about the event as well. All right, so your presence here shows how much you care to learn from AWS experts. I am Vaishnavi Singh. I'm currently working as a consulting engineer, and I'm going to be your host for the day for Track 2. My co host for today is Angel Mary. She's an active member of the AWS community here. Before any other delay, let me just walk you through the agenda for our day. There will be three talks, first by Prashant HN, then by Smile Gupta, and then followed by Biswajit Mohapatra, after which we break for lunch. Coming back from lunch, we have another four talks scheduled. That is the first for Ambarish Ganguly, then for Vijaya Nirmala Gopal, and Brian Tarbox, and then we have Ashan Fernando. So as you can see, we have a series of Power Pack technical presentations that are lined up for today, and we hope all of you are very excited to hear from our speakers as much as we are. Without further delay, let's dive deep into the sessions that have been lined up for track 2. Angel, could you take over, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Vaishnavi. So, hello everyone. We're going to start our first session with Prashant Ishan. He's an AWS Serverless hero and working in Amstack.io as a chief technology officer. He's really into serverless, AWS, Architect, React, and many more. He started his journey in 2005 and helped a lot of giant customers across different companies. He's with us today, and he's talking about DynamoDB simplified mental model to approach DynamoDB data modeling. Let's put our hands together for Prashant. Oh, yes.
Thank you for the introduction, Vaishnavi and Angel. Today, I am going to talk about DynamoDB data modeling. And generally, when you look at DynamoDB and data modeling, it's kind of you need to wrap your head around it. There are a lot of new concepts, especially for somebody who is coming from SQL to NoSQL, something like MySQL to DynamoDB. It's very hard to visualize how to model the data, and you are thrown with a lot of documentation and everything which you do not really understand at the beginning. And I have gone through this journey myself, and that made me think, how can I simplify this, and how can I kind of make this visually appealing and visually understandable in people's heads, so when they're modeling data for DynamoDB next time, they can clearly visualize in their head how they should approach it. So that was the whole agenda of this talk. Before I start, I would like to thank Nitin Chandran, who is my colleague from the creative team, for putting together a lot of illustrations for this talk. Because this talk is mostly storytelling, not really, very technically oriented. I want to take approach of storytelling and explain the concepts through storytelling. So thanks to Nitin for creating those visualizations for me. Yeah. You already heard my introduction. I am co-founder and CTO of Andstack, which is a serverless focused consulting and development firm. I'm also one of the AWS serverless heroes and also part of AWS User Group Bangalore. I love cycling, trekking, and I'm big into low carb diet. I'm also a psychology freak. So that's a little bit about me. So with no further this thing, let's go ahead with the talk. So when you get into the DynamoDB, when you begin with DynamoDB, you get to hear all these different terminologies or jargons, right? Sort key, partition key, single table data modeling, GSI, and data duplication, and so many other different things. And for somebody new, it is kind of very hard to digest all this information and make sense of it. So what we are going to do today is let's forget all of that for next 10, 15 minutes and just go through a simple real world story and understand how that story how that story can fit into DynamoDB data modeling. So let's go with the story of a principal and a clerk. So the principal is asking, get me all the student files who are in CS, right? So this is an engineering college where there is computer science, EC, a lot of different branches, right? So the principal is asking the clerk, give me all the files of CS department, student files. So right now the clerk is looking at the files. The problem with the files is all the files are in one large box, and it consists CS, EC, mechanical, all the different files from the different departments, different students. Now for him to get back with only CS department files, it is not segregated in any way, it's all in the single box. So what he has to do now is he has to go through each and every file which is there in this large box, and then see if it is CS, then keep it aside. See if it is CS and keep it aside. If it is not, keep it away, and then collect all the CS files and give it back to principal. So this guy is like thinking, oh God, if principal is going to ask me this every day, I don't want to be doing this every day. I don't want to go through each and every file all the time to get back, say, CS file. Tomorrow, principal may ask, give me EC files, and day after he may ask, give me mechanical student files. So he knows that this is going to be a repeatable request from principal. So he's thinking, how do I figure this out? How do I sort it in a way where next time principal asks something like this, I can get the files easily and give it to principal. So with that, what he does is, I think this is something which all of us could think easily, that create separate boxes. Instead of having all the files in a large box, we create separate boxes. So he goes ahead and creates separate boxes, and for once he goes through all files and keeps it in respective boxes. So he keeps all the EC files in EC, CS files in CS, IS files in IS. So the next time when principal asks, give me this particular department files, he does not need to go through all the files to figure out what is CS. He can just go to CS box, take it, and give it to principal. So that's what he does. So he spends that initial effort to create boxes of these files, create departmental boxes, so that when next time principal asks, give me these files, he can just give those files which principal needs without having to go through all the files, right? So now he is happy. Okay, I figured this out. Next time principal asks, I'm going to just go to the box and give it to him. But what principal does next time is, he is asking a particular student file from CS department. Maybe that guy's parents are in the office and they want to see how their son is doing. So maybe principal is asking, now clerk, get me the student file. Now again, the clerk has files arranged in CS, EC, IS. But within CS, to get this particular student's file, he has to go through all the files in CS to get to that John, right? It can be anywhere in this chunk. So he has to go through one by one. Is it John? Is it John? Is it John? And if it is not, then he needs to move on. And when he finds John, he can pull it out and give it to principal. But again, this is very time consuming. He's thinking, okay, tomorrow some other parents may come and they will again ask their son or daughter's file, and principal will ask me to bring that file. And if I'm going to keep doing this is not the right way. So what do? He keeps thinking. So after thinking a lot, what he does is, inside the CS, EC, IS box, he arranges the files based on the name, right? So it is alphabetically arranged, A to Z, right? So when principal asks, give me John's file, he can go to a particular, he can quickly get to John without having to skim through each and every file, because he's now sorted it by the name of the student. So with that, he is able to get to that file very quickly, and he gives it back to principal. So now he's like very, very happy. Like, I sorted everything. Ask me a department file. So I can easily get that to you. Ask me a student file. I can get that easily to you. So now he's like, bring it on, ask me more and more stuff. I have completely optimized the way I store files so that I can get to you really, really quick. But principal is not done. He still has more ways to ask for files, which the clerk has not thought about. So let's see what that is. So now this is a big bouncer coming from principal. What he's asking this time is, get me all the student files who play basketball. Now this guy has sorted everything based on department. Now basketball, now how do I do that? Now clerk is thinking again, because basketball can be anywhere. It can be a CS student, it can be an EC student, it can be an IS student. He is thinking, how do I do this now? Because he needs to now go through each and every department, each and every file, to see if they play basketball and pull that file out. So he's thinking, this is going to be a nightmare, because it's not going through files in a single department. It is going through all files of all department to get back that files of students who play basketball. And he thinks, if the principal is asking basketball today, tomorrow he may ask cricket, tomorrow or he may ask badminton. So he knows there may be more such requests coming in from the principal. So what does he do? So he's thinking again, like, what do I do? How do I figure this out? Last couple of cases were easier, because you could just create a box, then you could arrange the files in certain order to get to the files very quickly. But this is something which it's very hard for him to digest. Like, how do I optimize this? Then suddenly he thinks of a very interesting idea. He remembers there is a photocopy machine in the office. So he's like, can I use this photocopy machine and do something with it to optimize this request from the principal? So what he does is, for one time, he goes through all the files, sees if the student played any sport, whether it is basketball, cricket, badminton, whatever that is. If they played that sport, then what he did, using this photocopy machine, he makes a copy of that file. And he makes a copy of that file and keeps it in another box. So let's see what that box is. Yeah. So if the student played one of the sports, what he did, he took a photocopier and copied that file and kept that in another box, which is designated for that particular sports. So the main file remains in the respective department box, like CS, EC, IS, but a copy of that file is now sitting in another box based on sports. So in this case, we have boxes of tennis, badminton, cricket, basketball. So now he's like fully happy again. Finally, I was able to organize it in a much better way, and he's happily now gives that file back to the principal. So this is the journey so far in terms of storytelling. Now we have a clerk who optimized how he kept the files, organized the files based on what the principal was asking. Now let's use this and apply it into how it translates to DynamoDB principles, right? So let's take the first scenario where there is one large box and all the files are in it, right? So here there is no segregation of files and everything is in one large box. This is comparable to something like using UUID as a partition key. Still a bit of water. Especially a lot of people coming from the MySQL world or SQL world, they tend to create partition key with UUID. But it means nothing in the NoSQL world, because you are going to end up creating this exact scenario. You are going to have very large box with all the files sitting in it, and you cannot really use it to query in any way, right? Because nobody is ever going to ask, give me this file with this UUID, unless they already have that UUID with them, right? Because it's some long string gibberish, which does not have any business data in it, right? So this is the kind of situation you'll end up with if you create table with UUID as the partition key, where you have large box with all the files in it, with no way of querying that DynamoDB table. So when Clerk creates these separate boxes for each department, now what we are doing essentially is based on our access pattern, which is the principal is going to always ask for department. So what we are doing essentially here in the DynamoDB world is creating a partition key based on the department, because now that we know the department is going to be the a way principal is going to ask files for, we create partition key based on that. And here now we have boxes, we have partition key, but at the same time, we do not have a way to access a single file directly, right? Because we only have partition key. In real world, you cannot use just partition key uh, because it needs to be unique. So it is a combination of partition and sort key, which needs to be unique. So here we do not have access to that particular file directly with just partition key. So what we are going to do now is add a sort key, right? So in this case, sort key is based on name. So whenever you query within the partition key, give me all the files of CS department, that means the return will be sorted based on the name, right? So because we added the sort key as name, so whenever you query, you will get A to Z as the result set. What that also enables us to do is we can now get to the exact file very easily by passing both partition key and sort key. So in this case, we can say, give me the student file of John from CS department. So your partition key is going to be department, which is CS, and sort key is going to be your name, which is John. Provided hypothetically that the combination of the department and the name is unique, right? If there are like two Johns, then probably you need to use in the CS department, then probably you need to have initials for them or first name, last name combination, something like that, to make sure the combination is unique. So in a nutshell, by adding sort key, we define two things. One is the result set coming from a partition will be sorted based on the sort key, in this case, the name. And also by passing the partition key plus sort key, we can actually get the file directly without having to go through each and every file inside the partition. So now we have global secondary indexes, right? So whenever we have a pattern which is not supported by the partition key, like in this case, we have partition key as department, but what principal is now asking is give me files based on sport. So since we don't have that capability, query capability from our partition key, because that is department, now what we can do is create an index called global secondary index. It's kind of a copy of the main table, but which will have a different partition key and the sort key. So you can create an index in DynamoDB and say, okay, for this index, I want the partition key to be sports type, and the sort key can be whatever you want to keep. It can be a name again, or it can be anything else you would like. So what happens is whenever we write a record to DynamoDB, it is going to automatically look if it has the sports field. If it does, it is going to create a copy of that in this GSI and keep that separate, keep that available for you to do querying. So when we are doing the query to DynamoDB, we can mention whether we want to query the main table or we want to query the GSI by passing a small flag in our query. So this again stops clerk from doing this mundane thing of going through each and every file. This is literally in the DynamoDB world as well. If you look at it, if you did not have this GSI, then what was supposed to be happening was you do the DynamoDB scan. That means the DynamoDB is going to go through each and every file in the table, and then you apply a filter on top of it. So that means it has gone through all the files. Now you apply a filter. If the sports is basketball, return that. So that means DynamoDB went through each and every file to figure out which files had basketball in it. But by creating this GSI, we avoid that entirely, and we only get the files which are required. So this will also greatly reduce the cost of operation, because if we do the scan, then DynamoDB is going to charge based on the result set. So if a table had, say, 1,000 files, and you did a query for, say, basketball players, maybe there were like 10 people in that 1,000 files, 1,000 records, and DynamoDB, since it has to do the scan, it goes through all the 1,000. So you are charged for the result set of 1,000 records to get only 10 records. So it's completely bad in terms of your query, because your query is going to take a lot of time, at the same time cost. So it's very important we optimize for access patterns. So the key takeaways from this talk is: what is partition key, what is sort key, what are the indexes like GSI, and how to organize model data based on access patterns and not based on, if you come from SQL world, you have the tendency to just go ahead and create tables, create relationships, and you don't really care about how the data is going to get accessed. You only care about how you put together the data. So in case of NoSQL and DynamoDB specifically, you need to think about how the people are going to access the data. So it's all dependent on access pattern. The principal is the person, or in this case, user, right, who is going to access the data. So you need to think through the point of view from the user and think about how they are going to access your data, and visualize in your head what kind of queries that is going to translate to, and then optimize your DynamoDB based on that. So, and not optimizing for access pattern and just going and creating something like, partition key as UID and not worrying about your access patterns, that is going to cause you a lot of inefficiency, both in terms of your query time as well as your cost. With that, I am open for questions.
All right. Thank you so much, Prashant. That was a wonderful session. Angel?
Okay. Before we move on to Q&A, I think we have a quick 5 minutes session relating to the topic, and actually this is for the audience. And I think the link will be shown on the screen soon. Okay.
Yeah, there was a question which says, what is GSI, right? What is GSI? So GSI is Global Secondary Index. So if I go back here, so visually you can think, these department boxes as partitions, the main partition keys, and the GSI is an index, right? So what's an index? It's literally you want to have an access pattern which is not supported by your partition. So in this case, the clerk has made the partition as department, right? CS, ECIS. But the principal is asking for basketball players, which is not supported by the main partition. So that is why he's going to create a copy of it in another box and then use that to access those sports-based files. So essentially in DynamoDB, we are going to create a copy of the main table into a secondary table called GSI. And there we can arrange it in a different way we want. So in this case, we are arranging it for sports. And next time when we query, we can use this copy data instead of the main data to query easily for the files which we are looking for. I hope that answers your question, Pinky Sarkar.
Okay, that was really wonderful. And let's see if you have any more questions. Okay, we got one question. What string used to connect DynamoDB?
It is not a string per se. You will have to use AWS SDK, so of DynamoDB, through which you can pass your query, you can pass your table name and everything, and then you get back the result set. So you can also perform many different operations through SDK. For example, when you have to go through each and every file to get back the result, which is not ideal, it's called DynamoDB scan, which goes through each and every file, which is going to give you result of the entire table, right? It's basically giving you result of the entire table. But whenever you are operating on a particular partition, like give me files of CS or something like that, then what we perform is a DynamoDB query, right? So the query requires that you pass a partition key. So the query is within that particular partition key. So when you say partition key as CS, then the query gets limited to that only that box, which is the CS box, right? You cannot get access to access files from other department when you send the partition as CS, for example. So that is your DynamoDB query. And then you also have, get item, put item to write into DynamoDB and get a particular record from DynamoDB, etc., etc. You can look at AWS SDK documentation for all the available APIs with DynamoDB, which you can use.
Okay, thank you, Prashant. Okay, our next question is, any security measures to be taken while using DynamoDB?
This is from Rishikesh. Very, very good question, Rishikesh. So when using DynamoDB, it is advised that you don't access DynamoDB directly from your front end. So for example, if you're building an application using React or Angular or something like that, it's better to have a middle layer backend which will interact with DynamoDB, not directly from your front end. For example, in a typical use case in serverless world, what we do is we create an API using Node.js and Lambda functions on the cloud side. So from the front end, you are going to ask the create HTTP request to your Lambda function, and the Lambda function is going to interact with the DynamoDB. So it's very important that those DynamoDB credentials are not leaked into front end, because that can be used to steal your data and attack DynamoDB. So that's very important when it comes to security. So as long as you are accessing the DynamoDB from within the cloud, it's totally fine.
Okay, thank you, Prashant. Next question. How can we take replicate backup of data in DynamoDB?
Hi, Abid. That's a very, very nice question. So in AWS, DynamoDB supports natively. You can just enable backup and snapshotting with a click of a button in the management console. So by doing so, you can enable timely backup of DynamoDB within AWS console itself. And what's interesting about this is it has, I don't know exact terminology, but it's called something like just-in-time recovery. So what you can do is, say something bad happens, you lose your data or you mess up your data, then you can actually tell, I want to restore data back to this particular point. Say you know that at 1 p.m. in the afternoon there was some mess which happened, so you can actually say, I want to recover the database to the point in time recovery, not just in time, point in time recovery. So you can say, I want to recover the data to 1258, whatever it was at the point of 1258, and you can easily do that using if you have enabled snapshotting in DynamoDB.
Okay, we got our next question. Can we have more than one partition key?
Hi, Nikhil. Very good question. Uh, you cannot have more than one partition key in a DynamoDB. It's in a single DynamoDB table. Like, for example, in this clerk example, we can department as the partition key, right? So inside the department, it can be CS, ECIS, so many other things. But department is the only partition key which we can have. We cannot have sports as a partition key, for example, since we already have department. That is the reason why we have to have
I think Angel, his network connection
And it's lost, I think.
has broken, right? Can we reach out to him again after a while?
Okay.
Okay, maybe we should just wait for a minute before.
Okay, we can wait for 5 minutes.
Okay. I'll just meanwhile try looking something up in the back end. 1 second.
Okay.
All right, so I think there's some network issues from Prashant's end. We're very sorry to the audience for this mess up, but I'm sure he'll be taking questions offline as well. So we've added up all your questions. We'll be giving it to him offline and he'll be making sure to answer them. All right, so as we know, the quiz is online for this session. Coming to our next speaker is a front-end engineer at Razorpay. Smile Gupta is ardent by nature, who loves to learn new things and is always ready to face new challenges in the journey of life. She's a versatile and multi-talented young tech aspirant who's carrying 4 years of prolific experience in learning and teaching varied technologies. I would like to invite Smile Gupta, who will be sharing her insights and experiences on serverless, a front-end developer's foot into the cloud. All yours, Smile.
Thank you so much for a warm welcome. So I'll share my screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi everyone. Thank you so much to the team of ACD for giving me an opportunity to present at AWS Community Day South Asia Virtual Edition 2021. So let's start. So today's session is all about like how I started being a front-end engineer, how I started into cloud, how serverless helped me in kickstarting my journey in cloud. Like since I come from a background of front end where I don't add any context about what servers are and things on those lines, how I quickly became a full stack dev using serverless. So before moving ahead, I wanted to share some 3 stories of 3 individuals I know. This first story is about Meera. She's a front-end developer, and today, after seeing like Twitter, LinkedIn, everybody getting upskilled on full stack development, backend, she had a FOMO and she was very curious how should I get started with backend. Another story is of Naren. He's a fourth year college student and he has some knowledge about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but It happens, right? Whenever we approach to placement officers, they suggest us to have one end-to-end project in your application, in your resume. How will he do it with very less knowledge? And the third story is of Kalindi. She is a normal individual who actually wanted to get started on backend development. So all these three people come from different backgrounds and have different motives to get into cloud. But what is something that can help all three in kickstarting their cloud journey? The one simple answer is serverless. Serverless is something that helps not only a front-end engineer, but a college student or any individual who wants to kickstart their journey in cloud very effortlessly. So let's talk about that. Before I proceed to the next slides, you should know who am I. So I work as a front-end engineer in Razorpay. I am a AWS community builder. Along with that, I am a community organizer at AWS User Group Tirupati, and I also host Serverless Saturdays at last Saturday. And apart from that, I am something that is not mentioned in these slides. I am a very novice to the cloud. I am a front-end engineer by heart, by profession, and by all means. But serverless is something that always, tracks me towards going into cloud. And by the end of this session, I'll show you how anybody, especially a front-end engineer, can leverage serverless. So when I heard about the term serverless for the very first time, I was like, it's like some time back, like 6-7 months back. I was thinking, how come anybody can deploy something without servers? As in the term serverless said, no servers. And I was like, oh wow, I was never knew that. Like I heard about AI ML, they are very advanced. But is it possible to deploy anything without servers or have a backend without servers? But it's a myth. Serverless is not actually like you don't have to maintain the server. It's not like you there is no server, but it's like you don't have to maintain the server, and your cloud provider, say AWS, takes care of the deployment and stuff. So if I talk about the simple definition of serverless, it states that serverless architecture refers to application that significantly depends on third-party services, known as backend as a service or BaaS. Don't you think it's a very difficult definition? Let me tell you in very simple words. From like last 2 minutes, I'm saying about serverless. So what is actually serverless? So serverless is like, if I have to put into in very simple words, say you are a developer, you have deployed, you have coded your application, say in Django and Python, and now you want to host it. What you have to do in the ideal scenario when, like in a traditional way. First thing is that you have to create your own server. Then the next thing is that we have to write some code for the server. Then we have to deploy a server, and in the end, we have to maintain the server. But don't you think it's a long way? And to grab all these things, to make a server, deploy the server, you have to learn a lot of things. Should have a lot of knowledge about backend, how servers work, then what is load balancing, things on those lines. So what happens in serverless is you don't need to take care of all these things. Just you need your code and all the dependency you have to provide. Okay, these are all the dependencies that are required by my code base. And rest your cloud provider or AWS or say serverless do everything, and you don't need to worry about anything. So yeah, with serverless in your to-do list, apart from code, there is nothing. So let me tell you one more example, just to tell how serverless is different and special in comparison to physical servers or say virtual servers. Say an example of cars. Okay, we take a car. We generally buy a car to commute to our offices. Say I got a car, like you have to spend like 10 lakhs, 15,000, 15 lakhs to get a decent car. Then with this pricing, we have to do some maintenance and we have to pay for some on-road price. There is one option that I'll get the car just with EMI or I'll directly pay. So there is a lot of heavy investment involved. And with that, what happens is whenever we commute, right? Generally, say I took a car just to commute to office, or maybe go out with my friends over the weekend and things on those lines. So what happens with that is we go to office and the entire day our car is standing idle in the office. Or maybe now since it's been 2 years, the pandemic is there, we rarely go out, or we go out on a very occasional basis. We have paid a lot of amount, but we are not actually consuming it at its fullest extent. These are physical servers. Like we make our own investment, and on top of it, we use it whenever we want. Now the thing about the second thing came was virtual server, right? So what happened with virtual server was, so basically what happens in virtual machines, we it's like just like Zoom car. We rent the car and we use it whenever we want to. But say I have rented a car, I came to office again for 9 to 5, or it's not used, or maybe I rented a car to go out on a vacation with my friends. I reached to say destination one day, say Goa. We planned a trip to Goa, and we reached Goa. There our car is useless, or we are not using it, and it's staying in the hotel in the night and things on those lines. Still, we are not using it to fullest extent. Then there is something called a Ola or Uber service. So whenever we want to go, we don't have to do any maintenance, and simply we call Ola Uber whenever it's required, and they drop us and the work is done. That is serverless. That is how, there is no maintenance, nothing. Just you have to pay like how much you have used, and you just don't need to take care of anything. That's what code. You just take care of the code in serverless. So with the advent of technology, what happens is now abstraction started happening. Like in physical servers, we have to maintain about hardware, OS, runtime code, and for VNs, like hardware, we have to not take care of, but OS, runtime, and code was there. In containers, hardware and OS is not required, but still we have to take care of runtime and code. And in serverless, we just need to take care of the code. So in short, my point here is, like, if I am a front end engineer, I have to get started with backend full stack deploying applications. Earlier it had a lot to do. Or now, if we use physical server approach or VM approach or containers approach, we have a lot to do, and we require some background knowledge. But with serverless, we don't require anything except the knowledge of our code. So now why? Now, okay, we agree that in serverless we have to take care of our own code, but then it's fine. Okay, if say I think, okay, I'm getting into this field of full stack development, so I should know all these things, right? But there are a lot of advantages that comes with serverless. One simple example I can give you is that, say I have a business, and I do crafts, and people reach out to me, say on birthdays, anniversaries, or they reach out to me on Diwali festivals. On an average, I have like 5 6 people visiting my application, but on Diwali, the Shera, any other festivals, thousands of people come. So what if I have to do investment in my own physical servers? So what is that? I have to be prepared for 1,000 people, right? But rest of the time it will be idle. So that is again one good advantage. We don't need to learn about how to balance the loads, how it automatically scales up and scales down. So that is one more advantage. We have to not learn about these things, and we can prefer serverless. And the third thing is that, which I prefer is is that fault tolerance. Sometimes your servers get down. You have to know how to debug it, what to do. You should be ready with a backup and things on those lines. But with serverless, all these things are taken care by your cloud service provider. And the last but not the least, the very good part is you only pay for how much you are utilizing. You will never pay for when our machine or the servers are not being used. So that were my reasons why I chose with serverless. Now, The thing is that I mentioned I am a novice in cloud. Only I know little about serverless, and AWS is something that have grabbed my interest with the full stack development. But how did I even start it? Don't you think front-end engineers don't have a lot of context about what is backend and how to have user management and things on those lines? So how did I start it? So I started with the help of AWS Amplify. So what is basically a AWS Amplify? See, whenever we want to go into some domain which we have no prior knowledge about, so we should start with something. So how did I start it? See, if I would have started in an old conventional way, I would have to say I am into MERN. Okay, so with MERN we have to take care of learn Node.js. It's JavaScript only, but we have to learn about Express, and we have to see how MongoDB works, and there are a lot of things to get started. And then we should have been taking care of how we'll deploy our application. Do we need to use maybe something called Heroku, or maybe we have to kick with cloud and things on those lines. So there were a lot of points which I have to cover up if I want to go to full stack. But then I heard about a tool called AWS Amplify. This is basically a service where we use CLI commands to get started. Let me show you what I did. So initially I started with AWS Amplify. So this is a documentation. This is specifically if you're a front-end engineer, or maybe if you know a little about it, if you know HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React. So you can use this tutorial. And what happens is it's a CLI-based tool where we simply install the things, and it helps us in understanding what are the various concepts and what are the various services of serverless we can leverage. I'll give you an example. So there is a service called AppSync. Okay, whenever we wanted, so we know that there are two kind of APIs predominantly used. One is this REST APIs, the other one are GraphQL APIs. What if we wanted to use the GraphQL APIs? Since to build a GraphQL backend, it's a little difficult in comparison to REST-based APIs. So there is a service called AppSync, which helps us in creating a GraphQL-based backend. So it talks about how we can initialize the backend. It's basically just CLI questions, and we just answer them based upon our choice. So one thing I learned from using Amplify is that, okay, if I someday wanted to build with the GraphQL-based APIs, I can use AppSync. Then the next difficult thing that comes into any developer's mind is when they want to kickstart with the backend is that user management, because user management, authorization, or these are a lot of things which are very tricky, and people take support of say OAuth to do these things. So there is a service in AWS that is called Cognito. So then after going through this documentation, I learned about, so okay, there is a service called this Cognito for authentication and authorization purpose. And then my authentication authorization also done. So whenever we get started with Amplify, right? So what happens is it asks us the CLI option if you want to go with some templates. So initially I started with the template. It automatically created a table using DynamoDB. Okay, by seeing the schema, I learned about this is how DynamoDB is. So, and then next thing was deployment. So what we can generally use for deployment, either we can use serverless or maybe we can use S3 also for deploying. So the next step in this tutorial, I learned about how I can host my application using S3. So in a nutshell, what happened is I learned about the services. Say I learned about Cognito, DynamoDB, AppSync, Amplify, and S3 using the simple documentation that AWS Amplify CLI tool. Now, why I preferred AWS Amplify CLI tool? See, I'll be honest here. If I would have to get started with all these things via a manual approach, I have to just read about DynamoDB, Amplify, AppSync, S3 in separate. Okay, but it's like I believe in a fact that when you are starting something very new, we tend to learn a lot of things by hands-on experience. And if I go directly into the theory of DynamoDB, AppSync, Amplify, it will make me a little scared. And it's again like just starting with the earlier approach, with the merge stack approach, just reading about DynamoDB and AppSync and things on those lines. So the first thing I did was that started reading about AWS Amplify, and I created a to-do app using the Amplify. Then while going through that documentation, since it was a React app, I understood all the concepts of authorization, authentication with the flow, and by reading the documentation, and I understood about all these services. Then later on, after my first project was completed, what I did, then I started exploring more into Lambda functions, and I tried creating projects out of it. And I created 5 practice projects, and then later on, I started attending a lot of meetups and reading blogs, and that's how I developed my interest in serverless. Okay, so just to sum up, so these are some services. If you are a front-end engineer, or you're just starting with the cloud, or maybe if you want to have some amazing projects for your resume, what you can pick up is that you can read about S3. S3 is basically helps in maybe storing images, storing files, or maybe helps in deployment. You can do everything with S3. You can even have the database in S3 also. Then we can, if we should know about Lambda functions. Basically, it's like how we compute our code. We can compute using lambdas. And then Amplify, I showed you, like it's like a quickest tool that helps you in making and getting started if you are front end and mobile apps. Then DynamoDB, that is a database. That is a database. And then this is NoSQL database. Then we have AppSync if we are interested in building with some things related to what we say GraphQL, right? So we can use AppSync, and it helps us even creating subscriptions. I have also created one application that was basically a chat application. You just adding what we call the schema or the table structure. I just made a table structure, and my quiz chat application was ready with that. Then last but not the least, Cognito. Why Cognito? See, if we wanted to do that user management with say auth, right, it's a lot trickier. But with Cognito, it's like it takes 1 hour to set up both front end and back end, and here you go. It's like when you open it, AWS Cognito, you can check it out. You just have to enter all the options, whatever you want to require in your user pool, and it's done. And also it helps you to create your authenticated APIs. So these are some services. So after that, I'll show you one of my projects. I use these services, and my first serverless application was done. So I built an image doc. Let me give you its demo. So basically, this is the application. So what I did with this is, so basically what this application do, that is it uploads its images. So what you can do that is, so I've added an option for uploading images, and so if you click on this plus button and choose the file, so let me choose the image, and I'll upload it. What it does, it gives back me a shareable link. So though it's a simple application, what it has advantages a lot. So what happens is when I work, sometimes I had to add some pictures in my project. One way is that I can upload it directly in the project only. I can add it in the project directory only. But I like in a way that I wanted a URL for my images. And before I made this application, what I tend to use that is, I would have been uploading these images to some random website, and there I would have getting the shareable URL. So now this was my first application, because I every day use images. So I wanted something where I upload my images and get back the URL. And that's how since there are two approaches, we can have this. So we can directly upload to S3 buckets also, and we can do the same thing via API also. So I have since I wanted to kickstart it with backend also, so I've used the second approach. So what I do that is I upload the image, I convert it into base64, and then the same that same blob I pass into the API, and that API that I built using Lambda functions. So what that API did it, the API will return me a URL that I am displaying here. So that is one thing I did, and I have added some sort of user management to it. So if we do that, we have to introduce sign up, then verification of emails, then sign in process, then forget password. It would be a very much hassle when we go into some other ways. So that is why I use the Cognito here. So let me quickly log in. So what I did inside that, what happens is if you are logged in, you can create your albums with it. So how did I do that? I used something called DynamoDB. So that was the database I used in this application. And on the database, I was storing all these APIs are authenticated. So if you're not logged in, you will not be able to see this. How it was like making authenticated APIs and unauthenticated APIs is again a trick. But with Cognito, we can just simply pass the token and our APIs become authenticated. So this is, and with the database, how it used is like to which images are there in which collection of the user. That is something taken care with this, uh, sorry, DynamoDB. And last but not the least, since these were REST APIs, so AppSync was not needed, and that's how I did that. So let me go to its what we called architectural diagram. So what happens is there are four things I have used. One is Cognito, as I explained, for user management purposes. Then next thing is that Lambda functions we have used for computation. Then so what happens is whenever you work, right, sometimes it happens that we need some monitoring tools. So I used CloudWatch to log if there are any errors in the application, and to store images I've used S3. I have created an API and not directly send the things to the bucket. Uh, and then I have used something called DynamoDB, that is a data store, just to make sure, okay, which user, which album is associated with which user. And last but not the least, API gateway to connect it to front end. So yeah, these are some services I leveraged, and it's like if I have to compare it with the approach, if we have to, do with maybe servers, so we have to spin up some EC2 instance, and we have to create do something again with the user management part, and for logging we have to take care of any other service and things on those lines. So everything happens in a nutshell using Lambda functions. And to be honest, I did not require any prior knowledge. These things were after reading one simple Amplify doc and making a play application, these things actually made more sense to me. And the second thing is that with applications, it's all about how much you practice and how much you gel with all the things. So yeah, in the end, I can say that is things become very easy with serverless, and instead of managing servers. With servers, we have to do a lot of things, and serverless doesn't mean, in a nutshell, that there are no servers. The servers are there, but we don't need to maintain them. So yeah, these are all I had for this presentation. So you can use this QR code to have the presentation, and in the end, in the next slide, I have added some bonus resources where you can get started with these things.
All right. That was an amazing session, Smile. Thank you so much. We'll be moving forward with questions. So I have a couple of questions for you. So the first question is, you are a front-end engineer, front-end developer. So what is your day-to-day software engineering work at Razorpay?
So it's more like, so I work in the payments team in here in Razorpay. So looking into the checkout widget, which we all see during the transactions. So working with that, like if there are any issues faced by merchants, resolving them, or any, there is some issue they come while configuring that same checkouts that I help in, and some things here and there in and around payments.
All right, that sounds great. I mean, it sounds like really engaging work. All right, so just another question. Since there's a lot of college students also in this audience, how do you think you update yourself on new technologies on a daily basis? A
Come
regular
on.
basis.
Sorry, can you just repeat your question?
Yeah, so I was saying that how do you update yourself on a regular basis with new technologies, since every day we have something new coming up, right?
Yeah, so what I generally prefer and do that is I follow Twitter a lot, and what happens in Twitter is a lot of people post about new things what are launching. So, say I follow React, the Next.js, so I do follow these handles, and then I follow a lot of senior developers who works in the same React, then Serverless, and say XJS. So on these lines, I follow them. They do post if their new releases comes, and I do read, that change logs when new things come. So that's how I keep myself updated.
All right, that is clearly very helpful. All right, we have another question from Mohammed Javed. Where is the front end of the image doc running?
Okay, so again, I've used Route 53 of what we called in AWS, and using that with S3, I've deployed it via serverless to a S3 bucket, and then I have added with Route 53 a subdomain to it, and I mapped it.
All right, that is. Oh, we have another question from him as well. Can you please share the API code?
Yes, I have added the same in the presentation, so you can have a look into that.
All right, that's great. Okay, so we've already seen a lot of people entering the quiz for your session. I think, all right, so I think we'll be moving on. And there's a lot of questions again on YouTube. You could take them offline if you want, and I'm sure they'll be loving to hear back from you. Thank you so much, Smile. That was an amazing session. Wonderful to meet with you again. I'll be handing over the mic to Angel.
Okay, thank you, Vaishnavi. Okay, we can launch the technical session for today. Okay, let me introduce to you Biswajit Mohapatra. He is one of the top 50 global thought leaders and influencers on cloud computing by Industry 360. And also, he's a thought leader in multi-cloud transformation with over 24 years of cross-functional experience. Biswajit will be talking to us on resilient digital future, chaos engineering in action with AWS Cloud. Welcome, Biswajit, to AWS Community Day and our chair. Biswajit, can you hear us?
Hey, good afternoon all. This is Biswajit here. I'm actually trying to share my screen, but it's not allowing me to share it basically. Is there a Mac restriction or something like that?
There isn't. Just on the lower side of the panel, you could see a share option, right?
I'm doing that share screen, then it goes to share screen, and it says me select Windows or screen, and it shows option of entire screen and Steam Mac. So should I
All right.
select screen?
Just give me a second. I'll come back to you. There's some issue with the screen share here. Just give me 1 minute. I'll let you know. Sure. 1 second. Okay. So, okay. I think you can share the entire screen if that's possible.
Yeah, that's what I was trying, but when I'm doing that, I'm giving allow. This
All right.
says the browser cannot access your screen. Try capturing a different screen to see
All
if this
right.
continues.
Did you share earlier? I mean, have you shared this earlier?
Not really.
Okay. Just give me another quick minute. I'll ask my colleagues in backend. Is there any sort of a presentation that you have that we can present from our side?
Let's try that. That will be the last option, but if you can share, that will be good.
Yeah, all right. Okay, so is it possible you could just share, like you could use one screen? I mean, I think you're using multiple screens, which is why.
So there is no multiple. This says select window or screen. That's the only option, right? And then if I go to, should I try stream add then?
Just give me a minute. Share screen. I think there should be a single screen share option. Let me
Okay, so I think in interest of time, what I'll do probably I will share the deck on the chart window, and if you guys can share, that will be
Yes,
good, right?
presentation. That will be.
That's exactly the topic as well, right? Chaos engineering. So
So sorry for the
problem.
delay. Also, very sorry to the audience for the delay, but just if you could just share your presentation link on the private chat here, and we could present it for you.
Okay, so even this is also not going through. So I'm on the Slack, so I think I see Digis there. Is it okay? I put to Digis on the Slack. Will that work?
Yes, that will be great. I'll just ping him here to check his
No, no,
Slack.
he's talking to me on Slack, so I think
All right.
he's yeah.
I think you can start your talk meanwhile, if that's not a problem for you,
Yeah,
and we'll. Yeah, sure.
okay, it's there with Digis. So Digis, can I request you to share?
Yes. Give me a minute.
Okay, good. So while Digis is sharing the
Yeah,
presentation,
you can go ahead with your talk. Sorry for the delay.
so and really sorry for this last minute issue, right? And that's all about chaos engineering, what I wanted to really talk about, right? So you can always see chaos when you are building a software system, right? And it's unpredictable, it's unknown, and any point of time it could really happen, basically, right? So how do I move my image from the presentation? I see three of us in the presentation, but not the presentation. And you are on mute probably.
Yeah, I will just ask Dijesh to move us away from the presentation, from the screen, I mean. Yeah, done.
Not
Okay,
really.
just a second. Yes, you
Yeah.
can continue now, I guess. All right.
Perfect. Good. So the topic that I'm going to talk about is digital chaos engineering action with AWS Cloud, right? And this is all you saw in last 5 minutes. And I really apologize for all of you getting held up for this last minute technical issue. That's nothing but the chaos engineering in action and really building in the resiliency of the system so that you could avoid those things, right? Just to introduce me quickly, my name is Biswajit Mahapatra. I'm an executive in IBM and leads the AWS practice in IBM, and with 25 years of experience, hold leadership positions in companies like TCS and then Capgemini and of course Genset Technologies, and now with IBM after my education from IIT Bombay. So kind of come from a strong technical background, and though I'm in executive position today, technology has been always my passion, and I love spending time with students, spend time with users, and really talk about various technology trends that's happening in the industry today. So I thought this probably forum is appropriate to introduce all of you to the practices of chaos engineering principles and how AWS Cloud is really helping the cause of driving some of the chaos engineering aspects and trying to build resilient systems. Right? Just move to the next slide. To give you the little context, as you all know, uh, the world has changed, and so has risk all around us, right? The pandemic has created unprecedented challenges for all of us. In the same time, it has presented unique opportunities as well, right? Today, if you really look at the industry, enterprises are actually trying to rebuild their business model, reshape the entire industry, and reinvent their business processes, right? And the world is really becoming more intelligent, more interconnected, as well as more instrumented. Right? Next slide, please. So, and when the whole world is becoming interconnected, intelligent, and instrumented, there is a new business paradigm that is evolving today, right? So, before pandemic, it was all about focused around outside in transformation, right? Organizations were looking at moving workloads to cloud and doing lift and shift so that they can get all the cloud benefits that's coming into the table. But today it's more inside out in nature. Organizations are more looking at breaking the monoliths, building microservices, doing cloud native development and fit for purpose cloud alignment to make the systems more future proof, more resilient, and more digital economy driven. So three different important levers that's actually happening in the industry today as we speak. The first lever is new business models. Organizations are reimagining the business. They are looking for new market activations. The second lever is all about new ways of doing work. More and more enterprises are focused around creating actionable insights to make meaningful decisions that can make their business futuristic. In the same time, there is strong focus around making the operations extremely responsive. The third lever is about new expertise. Organizations are more focused around building that restless talent, and all of you know today, no longer people the skill come for the job, right? Today the job comes to the skills basically, right? And so focus on restless talent is extremely important. And then how better organizations are collaborating and doing the orchestrated ecosystem is extremely important. There is nothing called I can do things alone and there is no point in doing partnership or collaboration with another company. There is no term called competition today. It's all about cooperation and competition, what I call as competition, right? So orchestrated ecosystem, working together with your partners, with your stakeholders, with your service providers to provide the best solutions to the clients is basically the new way of doing business today. And that's enabling the digital economy. Let's move to the next slide, please. Yeah. So when we talk about these three new ways of doing things, the more and more focus is actually shifting towards building those resilient and reliable IT systems. How can you build the resilient, reliable IT systems? How do you construct availability of your systems is extremely becoming important. And we all know how availability is important today basically, right? So to make the system available today, the approach is, can I really build a system, try to break it so that the degree of confidence and degree of operability of that system is much more before it really moves into the production. So constructing availability is extremely important. In the same time, if you move to the next slide, you will see how do we really manage the performance of the IT systems. Please move to the next slide. Yeah, so how do you manufacture the performance of the IT systems, right? Again, performance is extremely important. So today, the need is to deliver right now, right here with the right speed, right? So when I'm building a system, putting it into production, also considering the reliability, the resiliency, the performance, the availability, all the realities of the world are going to be playing a very important role as well when you are thinking about building those systems. So availability is key, performance is key, and if you move to the next slide, you will also see how do you really build the resiliency of those IT systems as well, right? So it's no longer important that you build a system, you put into the production, and then everything will work the way you want, right? So while you are putting it into the production, while you're making it run live, you are making it run and operate in the live environment, you need to really look at all these realities of the world to ensure that your business is future proof and your business is operational, right? And to do that, chaos engineering really helps. So what is chaos engineering basically? Just to introduce you, if you move to the next slide, please. So the whole idea is you must build systems that embraces failure as a natural occurrence for you, right? We all know chaos is inevitable. We just saw the example of my PowerPoint not getting shared, right? So chaos is bound to happen. But we need to really establish the engineering practices and principles to build that resiliency so that we can be better prepared to handle things, right? So we have to accept it, we have to anticipate it, and we have to prepare for it as well. Let's think about the COVID situation to see the analogy, right? Accept it. We have to accept that a pandemic is going to happen anytime. Maybe something new may come anytime, right? So we have to accept the fact that there is change, there is disruption that may happen anytime. In the same time, you have to anticipate that if this happens, what is that remedial measure I could take, right? And to take that remedial measure, can I prepare myself? Can I really do the vaccination so that I'm better protected and better prepared to handle those unforeseen situations, right? So that's what is all about chaos engineering. You build systems, test systems for failures so that you have a greater degree of predictability to make things work, to avoid the disruptions when it really goes live into the live environment, right? So that's what we do as part of the chaos engineering practices. If you move to the next slide, just let's look about some of the reliability aspects. Today, organizations that is adopting chaos engineering practices, if you see the statistics, they are almost having 90% reduction in MTTR if these organizations are adopting the chaos engineering practices basically. In the same time, organizations who are running chaos engineering experiments, their SLA commitments are almost greater than 99.9% today, right? The availability of the systems. And if you look at the right side of the slide, the benefits of chaos engineering with 400 plus respondents, you see there is 47% who are talking about increased availability. There are 45% of the respondents who are talking about reduced MTTR, 38% talking about reduced number of defects or reduced number of outages, something similar in number. So, and this data is from the State of Chaos Engineering review that was done by Gartner in 2021. So that itself highlights how important is chaos engineering today to drive the businesses, right? So this is important, but how it's exactly really performed in our day-to-day life. So many of us will be more interested to know what are the steps, what are the processes, what are the methods and tools to perform chaos engineering. If you move to the next slide. So these are the 10-step process that is followed to practice chaos engineering practices. Number one, you have to understand the system end to end before you start the chaos engineering practices. So what does this mean? Understand the system end to end. You have to break the solution into various layers, various components, and their topology, right? It's important to do that. Then understand the reliability requirements, review the previous data. If there is any outage happened in the past, there are any failures, there are any bugs, any RCS that was done in the past, any postmortems that you have done in the past, right? And then pinpoint and identify the weak points in the system and what potential impacts they may bring into the system, basically, right? Also, it's important to understand existing monitoring practices, reviewing and maintaining backlog of experiments. Those are the things you need to do at the first step. Once you do that, gaining the organizational agreement is also extremely important, right? So you have to inform and enable various stakeholders within your organization. At times you have to identify the stakeholders, right? You have to reconfirm the strategy content. So it's all about getting the commitments and getting the information and getting the alignment of the entire organization that you are planning for implementing chaos practices within your organization. Once that is done, the pain points, the weakest links are identified. Number 3, you have to identify the hypothesis and plan for the experiments, right? So identify which areas you are going to focus on first, and then accordingly you could plan your experiments. Once your experiment is planned, you have to enable observability. So you need to focus on various tools here, your audit, monitoring, logging, tracing, tracking, all those things need to be defined at this stage. You have to capture the baseline and before the experiment really starts, and then you enable the observability tools so that you can measure, monitor, track as you move along in this journey, right? The number 5 is all about preparing for the experiments. Here probably you may have set up checklist that you can make use of, and once that is available, then you can go and start and run the chaos experiments in number 6. That's exact execution of your chaos experiments. Once your chaos experiments are running, then you can collect the metrics, collect the results, and analyze those results to prove or disprove those results, right? Communicate the findings and the improvements that you need to do. So, and once that cycle is over, you can slowly go and increase your blast radius and repeat the chaos engineering practices again, and slowly you can expand into different environments or expand into production as well, right? So this is at a high level the 10 steps that you need to follow. The whole idea is here, many times there are a lot of tools available today. If I talk about the known facts and known unknown facts, it's easy to predict known from known, and there are many tools today available where you can predict unknown from known as well. But in reality, in system thinking, in system dynamics, if you really look at, there are so many things which is from unknown to unknown that you cannot predict, that you cannot comprehend, right? So in those unknown scenarios, if you are implementing chaos engineering practices, you have a greater possibility and greater reliability that you are making a more resilient and more robust system. And that's what the chaos engineering practices are going to help you. Please move to the next slide. So if I talk about AWS Cloud and what chaos engineering is being practiced, how chaos engineering is practiced on AWS Cloud. So the easiest part is easy to get started. If you are using AWS Cloud, you could simulate the real world conditions very easily. And of course, you can safeguard your entire environment through cloud walls and built-in rollbacks and other things that's available in AWS Cloud. I'll come back there. But the process standpoint in AWS Cloud, you can start with brainstorming. And as I explained earlier, you can define your hypothesis, you can create your experiments, and from your experiments, you can start execution of those experiments, stop the experiments, collect the result, analyze the results, and then go and make it a very continuous implementation process, basically, right? So that's what AWS propagates as different stages when you are implementing the chaos engineering practices. Please move to the next slide. Okay, so AWS FIS, Fault Injection Simulator. So this is very widely used today and one of the greatest assets that has come from AWS to optimize performance and reliability as part of your chaos engineering practices. This can help you to build integration capability with, it comes with AWS native and pre-built integration capability. It also has facility for CloudWatch integration for better observability, better monitoring, measurement, and tracking. You can also focus on a lot of automation and DevSecOps principles and practices that you could achieve to facilitate and accelerate your chaos engineering journey. You can have a lot of built-in templates and scripts that you can make use of while implementing chaos engineering practices and chaos testing practices. And if any experiment goes wrong, you have capabilities like guardrails for governance that you could implement to stop the experiments and restart the experiments as well, right? So those are the advantages that you could get by utilizing FIS capability of AWS Cloud. Please move to the next slide. Okay, so if I talk about AWS Chaos Engineering Toolkit to some extent, if you see the left side of the slide, you have multiple AWS Chaos scripts that is available, Chaos SSM documents, SSM Chaos Runner, FIS I talked about, right? You have Lambda Chaos Injection as well. So these are the toolkits that's available today. And if I talk about various actions these tools does, let's say for example, if I talk about Lambda Chaos Injection, in case you want to do API throttling or you want to do latency injection, maybe you can focus on using Lambda Chaos Injection, right? Similarly, FIS I talked about, you can do fault injection for server error management, network latency management, right? Similarly, multiple tools as you see on the slide and the features and the actions that they support when you are trying to build chaos engineering test as part of your overall architecture practices and architecture point of view. Please move to the next slide. Yeah, so this is little complicated looking architecture, but let me just try to make it little simple, right? So how you can automate chaos engineering with AWS FIS basically, right? So if you really look at your architecture diagram here depicts how AWS FIS can bring in application resiliency and how the entire process can be automated using AWS CI/CD pipeline, right? The workflow onboard FIS in the early stage of the application lifecycle management by introducing fault injection during the testing process itself, right? Here, as you see, developer commits to the app code into the pipeline. Lambda is actually initiating the AWS FIS SSM in the pipeline. Once you define the baseline and perform hypothesis using various experiments and targets that you see here, you could get and start hardening the systems and then expand your blast radius to make the system more robust and more resilient, right? And of course, end of the day, that will ensure to have a better and richer user experience for your business users or for your clients basically, right? So you introduce the fault injection simulator, you introduce maybe the reboot DB instance here for the testing, right? You have the experiment touch points, perform the experiments, and then start hardening the system and start expanding your capability, right? So whether you are focused on login failure, page load speed, search errors, monitoring blinding stops or network throttling, all those things you could test before and have more predictability built into your architecture before you really make it live, right? Just to give an analogy here to compare this architecture, and many of you may probably know how the fire drills happen in your organizations, right, or on your institutes, right? So at times it may be appearing very boring because the siren goes up and then you have to run, get assembled at one place, right? This is all about practice and building that reliability and resiliency, right? The IT systems are no different, right? So if you really look at the chaos engineering practices, it's no different than a fire drill. You are doing various states, various experiments, and you are doing it continuously to ensure that when the real problem occurs, you are in a position to fix it faster, fix it better, and sometimes predict it before even the problem really arises, right? So that's basically the hypothesis and theory behind integrating chaos engineering practices into your overall implementation architecture. Please move to the next slide. Yeah, so this is another view of improved reliability together with AWS FIS and SSM and more dealing with the IAM permissions. So what is happening here basically, right? How you are trying to improve the reliability in this architecture. IAM permissions are assigned to run the experiment in FIS, as you see, and IAM permissions are assigned to grant permissions for SSM to access the Lambda, and once the Lambda is accessed, admin set up permissions for calling the SSM, right? And then you start creating your experiments using various templates as you see on the architecture diagram, and those templates are inside FIS with various action types as you see there. The action types like FIS inject, API internal error, or AWS RDS reboot DB instance, right? That targets both your API gateways as well as your RDS there, right? And then with those templates, with those injection of faults, you start the experiment in the FIS console. And once you start the experiment with the FIS console, so you are actually injecting the chaos for API gateways as well as RDS, right? And your API internal error are now getting injected, which returning internal error responses, right? So that's the way you could get those responses, fix those issues, and start building up on that, and start increasing your blast radius to make it kind of expanding your sphere of horizon through the hypothesis, and start building the resiliency of your entire architecture step by step. Of course, you have CloudWatch that can monitor the resources and logs that get stored, right? You could set up your alarms that can get triggered when the target metric is reached, right? So those are the permutation combinations you could try as well, basically, right? So, and then you can analyze the results and implement various improvement practices. But one thing you need to really remember that I told earlier is basically it has to be a very continuous process. It's not a one-time activity that you did it and then you forget it for next 6 months, right? So make chaos engineering as integral DNA of your ongoing architecture and implementation process. Please move to the next slide. Yeah, so, and this has large value in your AWS well architected framework as well. Those of you who are participating on well architected reviews, chaos engineering will really build a lot of value there in the pillars like operational excellence as well as reliability pillar. It will help you to build in continuous improvement of your operations. It will help you to anticipate the failure before the failure really happens, and you can learn a lot of things from your failures as well, right? Test monitoring and alerting, whether it's refining the best practices or fixing up the failures or improving the resiliency, that's basically the value that chaos engineering will bring into the table. If I talk about reliability failure, right, maybe at times you could really build the self-healing applications before the failure happens. The architecture and the application will self-heal itself, right? Test recovery products it could help you to stop guessing the capacity as well, right? So your scaling logic, your capacity needs, your reliability, if the environmental parameters really changes, those are the values chaos engineering can complement as part of your overall AWS well architected framework. Please move to the next slide. Yeah, so chaos engineering AWS, what are the value propositions, right? As you see the metrics that's given by Data Foundry in 2021, right? You could safeguard fault injection experiments. You can get superior insights by generating real world failure conditions, right? Improve application performance, resiliency, and all the other changeability, manageability, configurability aspects that we talked about, right? So nutshell, you could be in a position to reduce your revenue losses by preventing lengthy outages, by implementing chaos engineering practices. Cloud spend savings will go up, and in the same time, by leveraging AWS toolkit for chaos engineering practices, you could really reduce your third-party tooling license cost to a great extent, right? So that's why the AWS chaos engineering toolkit is extremely getting popular today when enterprises and clients are trying to implement chaos practices to improve resiliency of their IT systems and their IT infrastructure. Please move to the next slide. Yeah, so what I wanted to say here is basically, if you look at the image here on this slide, this is basically one of the most resilient creatures across the globe. It's called tardigrade, right? Tardigrade is a microscopic creature that can withstand most frigid conditions and can also withstand the most hottest conditions, basically. It can stay without food, without water for a long period of time, right? It's extremely resilient creature. Today's business needs to be as resilient as a tardigrade to survive, basically, because you never know what's the other surprises that's really coming to the picture. If you look at the CIO's thought dilemma today, and when I talk to a lot of CIOs, what I hear is that no longer the CIO's problem and solution mechanism is going to work. One problem and there is a fixed solution for that problem. Today's business needs strategic envisioning. For a particular problem, you need to have a possible outcome, you need to have a probable outcome, and you need to have a plausible outcome, right? And that is the only way you can bring in that resiliency into your systems, right? And chaos engineering is rightly poised to deliver that tardigrade resiliency to the businesses. Whether you innovate at scale, you become intelligent in your operations, you become responsive to change, doesn't matter, but you need to have chaos engineering practices as part of your overall hybrid cloud or AWS cloud transformation journey. And you need to really focus on being continuously approaching systems into a human perspective and with a strong focus on achieving that tardigrade resiliency, right? So along with some of the foundation services, whether it's DevSecOps or it's site reliability engineering or observability, chaos engineering is also going to become an extremely parameter as more and more businesses moves online and more resiliency becomes an integral part of driving business success in this digital economy. That's all I wanted to really share with you all on chaos engineering. Thank you very much for being patient to listen to me. Any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you, Biswajit, for the wonderful insight. I hope all of you enjoyed the sessions as well. Let's see if the audience has any questions. Yes, we got one question. What is your advice to companies or people who generally say we are not ready to run gas experiments in production?
Okay, so I think interesting question, basically, right? So I'm not sure with all the CI/CD pipeline automation and other stuff that we are doing. Probably this was a innovation few years back, but today more and more organizations are actually willing and adapting to run it in production. But if there is some limitations, you are dealing with some let's say stock market data and real-time data, and which you don't really want to disturb. You have always capability to replicate what you have in production, and you could do that in simulated environment, find out and go and make those changes in your real production environment, right? With simulation you should be able to do it, but more and more that barrier is breaking. And if I talk about, since I do deal with a lot of clients globally, this is no longer is actually an innovation today. But of course you have simulation capability, you can simulate, get the things addressed in the production environment based on your simulation results.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if we have any questions. Okay, we have a couple of questions from our community as well. So, like, tell us about the difficulties you faced while implementing chaos engineering practices. We would like to know about it.
Okay, so there are a lot of challenges, basically, right? The first of all, when you are implementing chaos engineering practices, how do you really identify your hypothesis is extremely important, right? So if I talk about my experience, many times what I have seen, many clients, they want to do chaos engineering because maybe this is interesting, this is a new trend that's happening, and they do see the value, right? But unless you have a right need, you have the right problem statement identified, right problem area that you are zeroing in, you may not get the right results, basically. And sometimes it could be very frustrating as well. You invested in tool, you invested in people, effort, time, everything, but since you didn't do the hypothesis correctly, it didn't really give you the right result. And I have seen many times, for the sake of implementing observability or chaos engineering, people go and buy a lot of licenses from a lot of tool vendors. No disrespect from anything, all the tools are actually similar and perform the similar capability, right? And the answer to a problem is not buying a tool, basically, right? I have seen clients who have purchased tools, collect huge amount of data which is in their backend, but they don't know how to make the meaning out of that data, how to really utilize that data for their business benefit, right? Then it's not going to help. So tool is probably an enabler, but don't get carried away by having a tool without having your process right, without having your process problem statement right, and without performing your experiments right. That will be my advice actually.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jess. That's really wonderful. Okay, we got one more question. Like the people would like to know your advice for the beginners to the cloud. Like, what's your advice?
Can you just repeat the question again for beginners?
Yeah, it's like what's your advice to the beginners for joining the cloud?
For the beginners for joining the cloud, right? Not chaos engineering, right? Okay. So yeah, I think I'll put it into a very philosophical term, right? So learn, unlearn, and relearn is the only thing that's going to make you very successful, whether it's cloud or any journey, right? So today, like whether you are starting your career, you are a student, or you are 25 years experience like me, the whole world is similar and same place for all of us, right? If you know it, you have the right skills, you are there basically. Doesn't no longer your number of years of of course it's important, but no longer the number of years of experience is actually mapped to your skill level basically, right? So I think learning is extremely important. So you as beginners, if you're at the beginning of your career, start learning, start unlearning some of the things which is probably not important. And believe me, the industry is really changing very fast, right? So the whole focus will be how do you really and have that client centricity as well, right? In your cognitive transformation journey of your client, how do you build in culture of agile innovation? How do you leverage exponential technologies? Extremely important. AIML, blockchain, so on and so forth, right? Intelligent workflows. Data is extremely getting democratized today. Knowledge about data, getting the insights from the data, and all built on a hybrid cloud foundation like AWS foundation is going to be extremely important. Start learning. Those of you starting the cloud journey with AWS, of course, there are plenty of knowledge available today. Start with your cloud practitioner certification today itself. If you have not done, that will be a good starting point.
Thank you very much. That's really informative. Okay, we got one question. Like, we would like to know your 40 years of experience in IBM.
14 years of experience in IBM. Okay, so good. So as I said, I come from a strong technical background, and all along my core experience is actually doing migration and modernization engagements with clients, right? And migration modernization has taken multiple avatars, so to say, right? When I started my career in way back in 1996, that time migration modernization was all about doing porting of applications, doing data center consolidation, doing application workload optimization, right? Then slowly it moved to business application modernization, or so to say application modernization, where you re-architect, rebuild applications in new technologies, move out of mainframes to newer technologies, Java, .NET, blah, blah, blah. And then slowly it moved into today's cloud transformation engagements, right? Whether you migrate to workloads to cloud or modernize workloads to cloud. So I established the cloud migration factory today, and of course 15 years back it was just migration factory in IBM Global Delivery Center networks. I lead the Global Delivery Center for IBM for cloud transformation today, and in the same time I also build the AWS capability within IBM Global Delivery Center networks, right? So anything and everything to do with AWS cloud in IBM Global Delivery Center, I am responsible for that. So I have clients all across the globe, starting from Australia, New Zealand, Japan to Europe, Middle East, and North America. That keeps me awake, busy all through, as well as spending a lot of time with my clients. Gives me a lot of learning as well. Build a very high performing team in IBM, right? So that's helping solving our clients' problems better, and also helping us grow and helping IBM grow as well in the cloud migration and modernization space. On eminence part, what I do, I am actually AWS APN ambassador. In fact, I am very honored and humbled to share that I was ranked global #1 APN ambassador by AWS just yesterday, right?
That's
So that,
great.
and if you guys know AWS APN ambassador program, that's we had a celebration yesterday where I was ranked #1, and so love writing a lot of blogs, white papers, participate in a lot of national and international conferences, a lot of event hosting and AWS and DevOps that I do. Have a couple of patents also in the cloud transformation space. So that's my free time thing that I do as part of my passion to build skills and learn, unlearn, and relearn myself. Like I told you guys, right? I'm very close to learning all the time, right? Whenever I get free time, I spend time on learning new things, most related to technology, and that keeps me busy. So my honest advice to all of you guys will be to spend and definitely plan for some time every day that you are learning a new thing. I saw our previous speaker talking about going to Twitter and learning from some of the senior fellows what the technology trends. That's a great stuff, right? Definitely invest time every day in a planned manner on yourself. That will help all of you to grow.
Okay, this is really great. And I think we have no more questions.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you very much, and thanks to both of you, as well as thanks for giving me the opportunity. And I thoroughly enjoyed all of your time, all of your questions, and look forward to be associated with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's really great hearing you.
Thank you.
All right. Since we've ended this session, this was an amazing talk by Biswajit. All right. So coming over to the next point of topic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a lunch break now. We will be resuming all of our talks here again at 1 p.m. I repeat, 1 o'clock afternoon. However, there'll be a second quiz that will be online from 12:45 p.m. The second quiz will be online from 12:45 p.m. Please do not miss this quiz. Try to play the quiz and you stand a chance to win so many goodies. Be on time as we have a lot of more tracks to cover. Thank you very much and I hope to see you soon. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. All right. I think we missed the point here. I think the link is active for the quiz now. Please make sure you attend that quiz as well. And 12:45, you have another quiz coming up. So sorry to not confirm. All right. Yep, the quiz link is active. Please go ahead and answer the questions. We'll come back at 12:45 for another quiz and then at 1 for the sessions again. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. A very good afternoon to all of our audience present. I'm sorry for the delay in the link of the quiz. I know everyone's excited. All right, so let's get started. We have the afternoon quiz online right now. The link is on the screen, as you can see. Please do not forget to register before playing this quiz. You can play the quiz only once. Try playing the quiz by getting the highest correct scores in the lowest time because you will be ranked based on these two factors. You can also choose one correct option as an answer. All the rules for playing the quiz further are given in the link. Please make sure that you use the link given in the screen. And we will be starting with our talks again at 1 p.m. Do not forget to miss that as well. Hello, everyone. As I can see in the comments here, a lot of you have been asking about the quiz. I'll let you know that the quiz link is given on the screen. Participate in this quiz to win exciting prizes. We've also informed you that from 1, we'll be starting with our next session. Also, can I ask my backend team to please put up the leaderboard on the screen? All right, so till the time they put up the leaderboard on the screen, let me just let you know who is on top currently. Okay. All right, so As far as I can see, the first rank is Devashish Mishra with 17 correct answers. If I'm not wrong, Devashish Mishra, rank 1, with time taken is 186 seconds. That is fast, really fast. The second rank we have here is Sudeep Kumar Srivastav with 15 correct answers, with lesser time than Debashish Mishra, but lesser correct answers as well. So if he could just give two more answers in the same amount of time, I think he could overtake Debashish. The third we have is Dhan Sasikar. I'm sorry if I pronounce your name incorrectly. But again, we have a tie in the correct answers with Sudeep. That is 15 for him as well. But the time taken is a little more than Sudeep. Next, we have Tushar Divakar with again 15 correct answers. Time is 196 seconds. And the fifth is Dushyant with 14 correct answers. So, as long as you can come up with the right answers, I'm sure you can make it up to the leaderboard soon. But for the time being, we have our set leaderboard. We'll make sure to update the leaderboard if there's any change in the winners. But all right, so that was the leaderboard. Okay, and let me just do another thing right now. Yep. So also to let you know that we have two conferences that we have been aligned with tomorrow. Number one is Serverless and the other is AWS Cloud Practitioner. I'm sure you guys are very interested in knowing about the sessions tomorrow as well. And there's a lot of questions in the comment section as well. Let me just go through it. While my moderators will be putting up answers for these questions, don't worry, we'll get back to you all. How many quizzes are there? There are two main quizzes, and there are a lot of more quizzes per session for every speaker. I mean, for all the speakers that we have quizzes for, we are going to be giving you the link online on air. And please make sure you participate because the top 3 winners of this quiz will be awarded with goodies and swags. All right. Okay, so since it's already 12:56, we'll be starting with the next session that we have lined up for today. All right, so for our next session, we have Ambarish Ganguly, who is Senior Consultant at Tata Consultancy Services. Ambarish holds over 2 decades of experience working with clients in North America, Australia, and the UK, and leads the data and analytics practice and energy trading and risk management practice in TCS Utilities. NASA has recognized his contribution to data science and has acknowledged Ambarish as a NASA citizen scientist. He has a great passion for solving business problems with technology. I'd now like to invite Ambarish to talk about building a deep learning model in Keras, Streamlit UI, and deploying in AWS Fargate EKS. All yours, Ambarish.
Thank you so much. Let me share my screen. Yes. So the topic today is building a deep learning model in Keras, Streamlit UI, and deploying in AWS Fargate and EKS. Okay. So what we will do, the plan, we have a lot of technologies that is there. So what we will do is that we will create a deep learning model. We'll create a deep learning model, and then we'll create a deep learning inference service. And then on top of it, so the beauty of analytics is that you cannot express it just like that. You require a UI. So nowadays, Streamlit is a very good UI in which you can build very easily. We'll create a Streamlit UI to wrap this up. And then what we will do is that we will use the power of containerization to build a Docker image. And then we will verify in local that the Docker image is running successfully. We'll create a AWS container registry. We'll push the image into the AWS container registry. We'll create a Fargate deployment and also create an EKS deployment. So this is a plan. So let's jump in and see the demo actually. So it is very, very demo centric. So here I have the data set. So what I have done for building a deep learning model, I have got a wine quality data set, an easy data set. And there, the goal is to model the wine quality based on certain tests. So these are the various factors on which the quality of the red wine is determined: fixed acidity, volatile acidity, citric acid, sugar, chlorides, and several other things. There are 11 of them. And the last one is the quality. So this is a regression problem. So what I have done is that this data set is already in Kaggle. So to those who do not know Kaggle, it is a very nice place where you can find a lot of data set. It gives you a lot of uh, data sets and a platform in which you can do things for free. So what I have done is that I have created a deep learning model, the Redwine Quality TensorFlow Scaling. Don't get confused or don't get flustered because everything is in GitHub. So I'll share the GitHub link with you, and everything is public. So what I'm doing here is that I am reading this file, which is a wine quality red.csv. Okay, so the data is here. If you see the data, so the data is here. We are not able to see the data. Okay. Okay. Okay, sorry. This is the data. So the data is already here. So this is the data that is there. So what I am doing is that I am reading this file in the notebook. And then these are the columns which I have said. We have chosen these features, the numerical features, and then we are scaling it. So what is scaling meaning? So it is reducing the features between 0 and 1. So that is a preprocessor. And then what we are doing is that we are dividing into a training and a validation set. And this is a quality uh, which we are trying to predict. And then we are doing a fit transform and a transform. And then what we are doing is that here we'll not, because this session is not about deep learning, we'll not go into the details of deep learning. But essentially what we are doing is that we are building a deep learning model with dense layers, batch normalization, and dropout. This block is being repeated a couple of times, and the last layer is a regression layer. So I have, later on I will show you that there is a series for me in my YouTube channel of how to build deep learning models, but that's fine. So this is, we are compiling the model, we are putting the optimizer as Adam, the loss as MAE, mean absolute error. We are fitting the model, and then we are getting the validation loss. And then we are using, when we are predicting it, what we are doing, we are taking a sample of it, and then we are transforming again, and then we are predicting it. So this model, once the model is built here, if you see the model is built, model is fitted here. So this model, what we will do is that we will save it in a file. So we are saving this in a file, which is a redwine model.h5 in h5 format. And we are also we are also saving the preprocessor thing so that we can utilize it. So this is how we are building the model. Maybe this session is too short to go into the details of the model, but this is how you build a model. So somehow you have built a model, a deep learning model, but how are you going to use it is that you are saving the model file and you are saving the preprocessor file which is needed. So this file is already there, these two files which I will use. Okay, so take for example anything, any model that you are doing, you can do it in this manner. Okay, so once you built a model, what I have done is that I have tried to build a microservice. Okay, so in the microservice, what I am doing is that I have got the files redwine model.h5 and the preprocessor.p. All these things are there. And in the app.py, what I am doing, this is a Flask application. Uh, so what I am doing is that I am going to expose a service here. So here, what is happening? It's the same thing which you have seen before, but now in the Flask application, these are this is a very simple method that I've done, which is slash. But in the predict, what we are doing is that whatever we are getting as a JSON in the request, we are transforming it into a data frame, and we are predicting it after we are transforming it, and then we are converting to a JSON and we are sending it back. And before we do it, what we are doing is that we are loading the preprocessor and we are also loading the model. So this is already there. So here I have all these models and it is running. So this is a microservice of Flask which is running here. Okay. Now what we do is that now I want to deploy it as a container. So we are talking today about AWS. So we'll deploy it in AWS Fargate, AWS EKS. But tomorrow, if suppose this is a very flexible structure. Tomorrow you are building a product. You want to deploy it into some other place. You want to deploy it in your own local servers. You can do it. So best is containerize it. So for containerizing this, what we are doing is that we will do a Docker file. So Docker file is very simple. This is this is a Debian Linux that we are getting. We are creating the base and we are copying all the files to the app directory, and then we are doing a pip install of the requirements.txt. What is requirements.txt? Requirements.txt is these libraries, which are the dependencies. We are using pandas, sklearn, Flask, TensorFlow. So all this is there, and then we are exposing 5000, which is support, and then we are doing a Python app.py. And so this is how we build the Docker. So how to build the Docker? So the Docker steps are there. In the Docker steps, so what I have done here is that because there is very limited time in our talk, I have already built the image. So how do you do it? You do a Docker build -t redwine flask t, and then what happens in your Docker desktop? It is already there here. So it is redwine flask is already there. So this is how we are building it here. Okay. Now what we do is after this is we have to deploy the whole thing in AWS Fargate and AWS EKS. Okay. So what we will do in AWS Fargate is that, so first of all, we need to push it into the container registry. So what is the steps to push it into the container registry? Is that we will first create a repository in the Elastic Container Registry. So here I have already created that. So here is AWS. Let me log in. So the image is already there. So that's why Elastic Container Registry. So this is a place where it would hold all those images. So I have created this repository. It is a Redwine repo. This is the one that I have created the repository. So we are holding the repository here. So this is a Redwine repo. But the image is in my local desktop, right? It is a Redwine Flask. Also, I have also renamed it to Ambarish G Redwine Flask. So what I'm going to do now is that we'll get the login and password for the ECR registry. So if you see here, what is the thing? It is a region, is the region in which I built the registry, and Docker login username is AWS and password stdin. This is my account name, dkr.ecr.us east1, that is region dot amazon aws.com. So this I am getting. Again, what I am doing is that this is incorrect. So this is tagging the tag. So what I am doing here is a Redwine Flask latest. What I am doing here is that I am tagging it with this name. So this one is, once I'm tagging it, it is coming out here in my. So you see this. This is coming out here. So this I am doing it here. Okay, I am tagging this, and then I push it into the registry. So this I am doing and pushing it into the registry out here. So it is in the registry, I pushed it. It takes some time. So this one, you see, it is pushed down here and it is in the registry out here. So what is happening till now, what we have done is that we have created a deep learning model. Just a revision. We have created a deep learning model. We have saved the model file. We have got the preprocessor .p. We have put it into microservice, which is this microservice out here. And then we have containerized it by creating a Docker file and then a requirements.txt. And then what we have done till now is that I have pushed all of this into the ECR repository. So everything is done till now. Now what will happen is that I will do the AWS Fargate. Okay, before I have already done that because it takes a lot of time to do the Fargate, but I will show you the steps of how to do it. So here, if I go to AWS Fargate, AWS ECS, here it is ECS. So how will I do it? I'll just show you of how to do it. You do a get started. You require these three things. You require a container definition, a task definition, a service, and a cluster. Don't get baffled by it. It is very easy. So this is the image. So you do a configure. I will just show you because this might take some. So you just put your name. So I have done one. So I'll put a Redwine 2. What is the image? The image already is there in the repository. So this is the image name. Put the image name here. It is running in 5000 port. And then I'll update it. And then I will do a task definition. What is a task definition? A task definition is a blueprint for your application and describes one or more containers through attributes. Some attributes are configured at the task level, but the majority of the attributes are configured per container. So it is a configuration of the container. So I'll do an edit. You can change the name to something. So maybe you can do Redwine 2. Let it all remain all the same. And here, because you see my image is around 2 GB, might as well make it 4 GB. So that, and see here, it is requiring a valid CPU. So you make it here 1 vPCU. You save it. All that is done. And then what you do is that you do a next, and the task definition is done. You do an application load balancer, and then you do a next, and then you create a cluster called Redwine cluster 2. And then what you can do is do a next. So all that is done, and then you can click on create. I will not press create because I've already done it. So what has happened is that I already have one cluster there. So I will leave it as it is. Maybe you can do it on your own later on. But what I will do is that I will go to my Amazon account and I will see whatever I have done before, because this takes around 10 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes to do. So I have created one cluster. I will show you the cluster which I had created, but the steps are exactly the same. So it is ECS. The cluster is Redwine I had created. And now what is happening? It is running. This Redwine service is running. And if you go to the task, and because I have created application load balancer, it also exposes a public API. So it is 3.85.75.38. This is already there. Now the beauty of it is that the service is now running as a container. It is running in the 5000 port, and I can use a very good UI known as a Streamlit UI. So what is a Streamlit UI? I will go here, and I have created one UI which is a Streamlit UI, and there in the URL I have pushed this, the one that I have shown, 3.85.75.38 colon and predict. So if I am already running it here in the Streamlit UI, Streamlit run redwine.py, and it is running in my 8501 port. So this is a UI that, and I was telling you, right, that there are so many inputs, and what we are going to do is predicting the wine quality. So this is using that that container image, and I'm using that service. So if I do here, if I do a predict wine quality, it is, now you make it maybe say 12, you can see that it changes. See, it is changing. You make the pH as 4, you see that it will change. So this is how what is happening till now is that we have created a deep learning model. We have made it into a container. We have pushed into the AWS. We have created a Fargate deployment. We have picked up the Fargate application load balancer URL that is here. You see this one and this one is the same URL that is there. And what we have done, we have created a very simple Streamlit UI. Maybe in different session, we'll walk through what is that UI. It is a very simple one you can create. So that Streamlit UI is there, and it is just calling that service. So here is a URL. So Control C, Control F. So where is the URL here? Here we are posting the URL, and we are getting the data from the screen, and we are getting the predictions. So very simple way in which we have built it. Okay, so this is a Fargate. Now EKS is slightly different. Okay, so the EKS deployment, what we have done is that I will show you the EKS deployment. This EKS deployment, so the request is coming in, we have a network load balancer, and then we have an ingress. The ingress, what it does, it just routes to different services. Here the service is only one, so that's why there is only one service. So this is a way in which you can do it. So I will show you the implementation of that. It's very simple. Now, if you're using EKS, the implementation of EKS is very simple. I put down the steps. What you do is that you create an EKS cluster, so that it takes around 30 minutes to create that cluster. So if I do EKS Elastic Kubernetes service. Yes. So this one, the clusters. Oh. This is a cluster that I've created, AG Redwine 6. So how did I create it? Just by this command. It's so very easy to create this cluster. We have updated the kube config to this one. And then what I have done is that I have made this structure with the load balancer and the ingress and Nginx uh, ingress controller with this code out here, and this will create the thing. And then I have run the kubectl apply redwine eks ingress.yml. So this is all done because it takes around 30 to 35 minutes, around 40 minutes to create it. So I have already created that AG Redwine 6. I have run all those things. But what I'll do is that I'll walk you through the meat of this. This YAML file is placed here. Don't worry, there is a lot of information. What I have done is that I have pushed everything in GitHub. It is my GitHub out here. So this recipe, this has a complete documentation, deployment to AWS, all these things are written. All the code that I have been showing till now is written. Only thing that is not there is this Kaggle code. So I'll also update it here. So anyways, so it's already done. And so what I was saying to you is that this EKS cluster is already there. EKS cluster is already there, and we have all these things. And what we do is that we run this Redwine YAML. I'll walk you through that YAML. See, this YAML is very interesting and simple. So what we are doing is that this is a deployment. This is only one replica. So if you want more pods like this here, 3 pods, what I have to do is change these replicas to 3. And then this is image, which is referring to this container image down here, which we have shown. Then there is a service, which is a node port service. And then after that, we have an ingress, and this is an Nginx ingress controller, and it is referring to the Redwine service. So all that is done, I have run it. And what has happened is, if I go down here, I have the kubectl get ingress. I have this URL out here. So this URL can also be used in my Streamlit UI. So the Streamlit UI, in the Streamlit UI, if I go back again into my Streamlit UI, here, if I just put a hash here, so this is a ingress controller that we are having. And this also will run and give me the same result. So this is a ingress controller that is there. So what I'll do is that if I just stop it and then run again. Now what is happening now? My Streamlit UI is pointing to the EKS cluster. So it is now in my EKS cluster. So it is going and getting the EKS cluster. So all this in a space of 23 minutes, what we have done, we have learned a lot of things. It is too much actually in such a short session. Deep learning model, inference service, which is Flux, Streamlit UI, container registry, Fargate, and EKS. All this is very difficult to absorb in 23 minutes. Just to get you to have a flavor that you can do it very easily nowadays with any technology. if you are a data scientist or a citizen scientist or anybody who likes who can create deep learning models, you can create a container image very easily, and you can push into any cloud like an AWS container registry. You can do Fargate, which is very easy, as you saw, to deploy. EKS is slightly difficult because of all these other things, but I wanted to demonstrate that it is nowadays quite easy to deploy. Previously, it would have taken a lot of pain to do all these things. And the best thing is that all the code is, I have pushed it publicly in GitHub, which is here in this, it is here. All the code is here, and the specific code for this is in Redwine server. You can find it. And another thing that I wish to tell you is that I also have a YouTube channel, which is this one, um, Ambarish G. And I talk a lot about data, machine learning, deep learning, cloud education, and also statistics. So if you like this type of content, please do feel free to watch. And I am continually uploading videos on that. So that's it from me. I'll just pause here and see if there are any questions.
All right. Thank you, Ambarish. That was an amazing session. I guess all of us have a huge takeaway from the session that you just had with us. We'll go forward with the questions. So I think I have a few questions from the AWS community. First of all, the biggest question for all of us, how did you become a NASA citizen scientist?
Oh, okay. So best thing is that there is a very good link out here. So I participated in a competition for penguins, for estimating the number of penguins. So here there is one page for NASA for that, which talks about it. So they were going to predict the penguin population. Okay, so they had one competition on that. Okay, so and it was run by Driven Data, and I was fortunately my models won the first prize. So if anybody is interested, they can read about this. A lot of things is there. A lot of citizen science projects are there. I'll just post it in the comment also, if everybody is anybody is interested. Oh, I cannot post it now. Okay,
You
that's
can
fine.
share the link with us. We'll post it on the
Okay,
comment
yes,
section.
yes, yes. So this one is the one. So it has got. So it was a penguin population in Antarctica prediction contest, and there are lots of people who were predicting naturally. So fortunately, my models, I tried all of them, and my model was the winning one. So that is how, and I participated with a lot of researchers later on with seabirds. So penguin is a seabird. Okay,
Right.
and so they participate in competitions, write research papers. So I participated with them in another one competition, wrote a research paper with them. So great guys, good to be associated with them. So I think they were generous, very generous to nominate me as a NASA citizen scientist. So that's how the story is. But apart from that, what is more intriguing is that if you read this link, I participate in a lot of citizen projects, citizen science projects in Kaggle. So you can see all those various things are there. It ranges from, say, helping school students to find the right mentor, to find the right donations, uh, uh, how you can connect the donors with the right donation plea, all these things. If you're interested, please read. It's the good thing is that there is a lot of variety. The bad thing is that there is a lot of variety, because you might get haywire, but the concept is the same. It's all data science. If you learn one thing, and you don't have to learn a lot of things, learn one thing, then you can apply it in different ways. It can be from penguin population to bees, to helping police also to guide them that which places you should be tracking for crimes and helping out people. So all these things.
Wow, I mean, these all projects sound amazing, and
Yes, they
clearly,
are. Yes, they are amazing. And Kaggle, do see Kaggle. There are lots of amazing projects, and there are more. There are like the lot of good people around there. And the best thing is that I like the community. I do not win most of all the time. I lose. So, but what is happening is that you learn a lot from the best. They're the best in the world. So,
I'm
that's the
sorry
thing.
you're being very humble here, but
Mhm,
come on, I mean,
mhm, mhm.
it's amazing listening from you. All right, so I just would also like to ask you another question, like how, I mean, if you could tell us in brief about your 23 years of experience at TCS.
Yes, that's a very great question. So I started off straight from college, as you can see, and then I was with product development team, which was a CAD development team, but we developed the internals of. So when a file in CAD opens, there's a lot of thing goes on. So that's another amazing thing I was exposed in the first 3 years of my development experience. Then I moved into more client facing roles, and then as a developer, then as an analyst, and then as a project manager, then as a business relationship manager, then as an architect, solution architect, and now I am the practice lead of two very interesting things. One is data analytics, and another is energy trading. So as shares trade in the market, energy also gets traded in the market, but that is not very common for most people, like, because we do not see it in India, but it is traded in India, but in other countries, like, it is traded more frequently. So I lead those two practices. So that's the whole story. 22 years is a long time. So,
Very long
so,
time, sure.
mhm.
All right, I think we have another question from Rohit
Yeah.
Kumar. So
Yes.
how to choose projects from Kaggle which could help us in our career?
Yes. So first is you look out for analytics projects, and also you choose any competition. Just join the competition, even if you don't know anything. First thing is that you read the problem statement, then you think about it, how I can solve it, and then there will be a lot of public kernels out there. Choose the kernels made by the experts, the grandmasters, and learn from them. I learned mostly from them is that I would go to the kernel, take one line, copy the one line in my notebook, run it, and understand why they are doing it, then copy another line. In this way, what is happening is that instead of going through a very thick book and listening to lectures, what you can do is that you can learn by doing. And since it is very active learning, you learn faster. And do you know what? Once you start copy pasting things with uh, intention that you are learning, then what you develop your own library that you can use later. So that is what how I did with all these competitions. It's a very simple thing. Only thing that you require, which is the most important thing, is time.
All right,
That's the only thing.
I'm sure that helped all of us here. I think there's
Mhm.
another question. As a beginner, how should I
Yeah.
start my journey with ML and deep learning?
Yes. So one thing is that I won't say go into statistics or everything at first. Best thing is that you can go to Kaggle learn. There are lots of free courses. Learn them, and I also have my channel out here, which I'm trying a little bit to help people to learn. So you see this channel also, but I would strongly recommend go to Kaggle and learn. There is a lot of good courses out there. So I have so there is a Kaggle deep learning course also, intro to deep learning. So I made videos of that also, so you can do that. But as such, I would say start with Kaggle learn. It's easy because you are in more active learning. Otherwise, reading books is a little bit difficult for most of us. So,
I agree.
and
I
then
agree.
once you are comfortable, learn a bit of statistics and matrices. I'm
Right.
sure that in your college or somewhere in school, you've learned all these things, but somewhere it has got lost or you've gone a bit rusty. It's time
Sure.
that you can
Yes.
revise those things. It will be great, actually.
All right. That was again a wonderful answer. Thank you so much, Ambarish, for the
Mhm.
beautiful session that you've taken. I'd just like to inform everyone in our audience that we've had another quiz for this session. The quiz link is on the screen, as you can see. Quiz t2s4.awsug.asia. Please participate in that. Again, thank you so much for coming to this community day and
Thank you.
giving a wonderful session. Angel, over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Vaishnavi. We can move on to our next session. Let me introduce Vijay Nirmala, an ardent learner and who is passionate about AWS Cloud and DevOps automation solutions. She's an also active member and a contributor to AWS User Group Chennai and a well-known technical blogger. Vijay Nirmala will be talking about what if I'm prepared, realistic incident management with AWS Incident Manager. Let's put our hands together to welcome Vijay Nirmala.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the AWS Community Day South Asia 2021. I'm Vijay Nirmala Gopal, happy to represent Kindle India. So today's topic is about what if I'm prepared, realistic incident management with AWS Incident Manager. So let's see with a small example on how the AWS Incident Manager is helping us to take forward all the incidents in a systematic and organized way. So this is the introduction about me. I'm passionate about cloud solutions, blogger, community builder, and technical speaker. These are my handles on LinkedIn, Twitter, and my technical blog. So today's agenda is about understanding about AWS Systems Manager and why do we use SSM Incident Manager over here. There will be a small demonstration and explanation of how do we actually walk through the incident management using the EC2 incidents and integrated with CloudWatch alarms. And then comes the walkthrough, and then how do we do the post-incident analysis, pricing, and others. So to start with, what's actually an incident? So incident by definition is an unusual happening or unexpected that is happening. And in the field of IT, it is about something happening to your application or service that you're held responsible for, which is actually hosted in AWS or at least included and controlled within AWS. So there is a saying that goes that is given by Jeff Bezos, the founder and the executive chairman of Amazon. He once said that good intentions never work. You need good mechanisms to make everything happen. So this incident manager is actually internally used by the Amazon teams in order to handle the incident management over there. And over a period of time, that was actually automated and are now available as a feature for us. So let's see how do we have to use it about. So this is about the AWS Systems Manager. So on cloud, you could have your EC2 instances, your Linux or your Mac OS instances that could be brought under the control of Systems Manager. And when you attach it with the integrated with the other services like CloudWatch, CloudTribe, you will have good insights and a better understanding of what's actually happening. It helps us for the logs over there, helps us on analyzing and actually analyzing what's happening with those instances there. So this is about bringing under your even your on-premise servers or VMs under one window, and you could do patch management, application management, and apply automations over these instances from one single console. So that is the advantage of having the AWS Systems Manager. And as always for the other services, you will be able to access the Systems Manager using SDK, CLI, and also using the PowerShells as well. So this is about explaining on what the Systems Manager is actually doing. Now let's get into what the Incident Manager is all about. So even in normal scenarios, in any of the projects that are on go live, any incidents would actually have to be alerted a team has to be held responsible. They have to work on the incidents resolutions based on the service level agreements that has been put up with the client or the customer. And then there has to be a triage. It has to be identified with the impact that it is causing, and then it has to come under the investigation and mitigation of taking the resolution of those incident that has happened, using your analysis, applying your resolutions. Either it could be a code fix, then it gets into the pre-production unit testing, integration testing, pre-production, and then it's taking a go live, just followed by a CRB meeting. And follow to all this, after the life is normal, we go ahead and we do a post-incident analysis, which actually gives us a lot of inputs and analysis of what went wrong. It could be in your requirements or a design fault, or it could be your code review problem or human omissions, or it could be a human error. But the actual agenda or the intention is to capture what has actually caused this issue, and also come into a preventive and a corrective measure so that this doesn't happen again. So this is at a high level of what actually happens in an incident manager in any kind of IT project that's running. So this idea has actually been classified into 4 stage here, and the same is implemented and brought into the as options and features under Incident Manager. So let's understand in detail in the coming slides. So here is the use case. It's quite a simple demonstration. The reason and the intention is that this could be well understood and related to anyone who's watching, so that they could even go ahead and try in their own accounts after this session. So I encourage and I insist you to go ahead and try this following up with these slides. So now we have this use case here. We are on cloud and VPC, and the instances are CloudWatch enabled. On applying some stress test on these instances, what happens is when you have the CloudWatch integrated with your EC2, you can create an alarm that will actually trigger an AWS Systems Manager's Incident Manager. By this way, on tracking or on any mishappenings caused on those EC2 instances, with the help of EC2 alarms, you will be able to work on triggering the incidents actually. So now this bottom part is about 3 part, and it is explaining how the actual incident management is triggered or processed. So first thing, for any incident manager, as we discussed before, for an incident to be managed, we need some contacts, a group of people to look into. So they have to be alerted saying that an incident has happened. So for that, we need to have either a simple notification service or a chatbot, and we have to configure them. Then follow to that, we need to have an escalation plan in place. It's about like creating stages of contacts. It's like first level, it would go to the group email who are responsible for that incident. Resolving the incident, and then comes your management, and then your senior management. So these are the level of escalation that would happen if it is not addressed during the first level of intimation. So then comes the response plans. The response plan is about it's like a plan that is identifying the level of impact of that particular incident, and it's also after with the notification details from the previous stage, which is about contact channels. With the impact and the contact channels together, we get into an engagement plan. It says that these group of people or the emails and the contacts has to be engaged for these level of impacts, and you're supposed to apply this runbook in order to get into resolution. We'll see in more detail about what this runbook is. And if you're new to the term runbook, it's nothing but a simple document which has a procedure kind of instructions in order to accomplish a task. Let's say like how do you restart a server, or how do you upgrade a service to or a utility to a particular version, like that. So the next part is about having the post-incident analysis. Assume that we are completing your analysis and completing your remediation as part of this runbook, and you have resolved the incident. And here comes your post-incident analysis, which is about identifying what actually caused this, what was the impact that it was given, how did you go by detecting that, and what could be improved on that, and how did you diagnose this incident, and what was the mitigation steps that were taken. So by capturing all this with a very detailed and a brief manner, we'll be able to revise this runbook in order to arrest the future happening of the same kind of incidents, and also we'll be able to enhance the automated responses for these incidents. So let's see with by a walkthrough. So starting with the walkthrough, as we all know, prerequisites, we need to have IAM roles and permissions for launching the EC2 instances and also to use the incident manager. So this is the role and permission that you would need for using the EC2 instances. And this would be your role and the permission that you need for executing the runbook as part of your incident manager's response plan. And now let's go ahead and create the EC2. So you're creating even a free tier would do under a VPC, and you are attaching the role over here. And the most important and the essential part is enabling your CloudWatch detail monitoring. Having this, and the difference is that having this enable will give you every 1 minute data, and it's also chargeable as highlighted here. So assume that now though this instance is created and it is available. Now let's get into the part of setting up the incident manager. So as such, from the incident manager, we need to be selecting a particular region, because the data that is generated as part of this incident manager has to be stored in any one particular region, and also there has to be a key that has to be applied in order to encrypt that data. So this is about setting up the incident manager at the account and the region level. So over here I have selected US East, and this becomes a region for replication and storing of data. So just after this, we would start with, as we have seen before, we would start with creating contacts. Over here, it's just the contact is named as Incident Response Group 1. And by creating this contact, the channels that I have chosen in this example is about email. This would be my first level of contact. This comes to the group email, and the next would be to their mobile. So in case if this email has not been responded for so and so minutes, the next level would be of engagement would be to reach out through mobile. So likewise, you can add as many engagements as possible, and at any point of time you can come over and remove this or change this. And over here, the engagement plans could also be revised, updated, or removed as per your requirement. And here comes the channel activation, which is actually an optional, but only on activation your incident management resolution will be working. The intimation actually will be working only on activation. So both the mobile and email or other channels that will be added should also be activated. So this is just an example of how it was activated. So on adding all those contacts, so this is how it looks. The reason for giving the screenshot here is at any point, you should know that at any point in time, you can go ahead and update the contacts or the channels here. And also the test could be applied. The test option could be applied in order to check the reachability of your contact. So by that way, we don't wait until the incident happens, and this could be tested even for changes that can happen over a period of time. So now that contact details has been completed, let's get into the escalation plan setup. So this escalation plan is about having the level of escalations or in the order in which the escalation should happen. So this is just named as a WoW escalation plan. And in this example, it's only one stage. So I have added, this is the contact that has to be reached out at a first level. So the option here explains it as acknowledgement stops when the plan progression. So this plan will not progress to stage 2 if the acknowledgement happens from this group. So what it means is, if my response group 1 is not responding, there will be a stage 2 and it goes to the management. And if stage 2 team is not responding, it goes to stage 3, which would be my senior management. So this is how the escalation plan could be configured, and it could go to any number of levels. Basically, at the max, we would have 3 levels, but for this example, I've stopped it at 1, and let's see how this goes. So this is about having this escalation plan in place. And as I said before, this could also be tested and can be edited at any point in time. So after the contacts and the escalation plans are created, next is about creating a response plan. So now that you have all the other areas of incident management in place. Now let's put up a response plan in place. So this plan is WOW response plan. This is details is on in EC2 incidents. The impact is high, and I go ahead and give a reason for that. The reason being this incident is challenging my application's availability, and hence it is critical for me. So I put it under a high impact. So this is about creating a response plan, the details on that incident. And then comes the chat channel if you have to mark it with any chatbot client, and also the SNS topics that could be configured here. And the engagement plan is also optional. So I have marked this engagement plan that we have created before. So that becomes our engagement, who should be engaged for this incident. And here comes the most interesting part. This is about having the runbooks. So the runbook is basically, as we talked before, it is about having the set of instructions that has to be performed to accomplish a task. And in this case, it is about setting right the EC2 instance, which is actually high on CPU utilization. So that is our use case here. So for that, we need the permissions for this incident management role in order to execute this runbook. So for that, I have tagged the role, and this is the new runbook name that has been given. And on so this is about the response plan. So on completing this response plan creation, we'll have this runbook being listed here under the systems manager documents. So when you click on owned by me, this is going to appear with your account ID as your owner and the platforms that it could be applied. So this is just a draft version of the runbook that is created. Go ahead and create a new version to edit and update the activities inside the runbook. So the glimpse of what's inside the runbook goes something like this. So this is a template basically. So this talks about how to resolve the high utilization, CPU utilization of your EC2 instance. So first thing, it tries to inspect what has happened by getting into the CloudWatch console, looking into the metrics for the high utilization. Then it would add the metrics with this incident manager's incident, saying that this was the metrics that has identified or triggered this incident. So that particular metric will be added to this particular incident basically. And then the actual resolution is about attaching that EC2 to an autoscaling group because it's high on CPU utilization. So first thing is about identifying your activities of that EC2 from your CloudWatch console, then tagging that particular metric which helps us to identify this to your incident management, and then the resolution. So this is what is actually happening inside the runbook. So this is the complete content. Anybody in the team could come through this part of the incident management, read the instructions and apply these changes, and they'll be finally able to resolve the incident. So this saves a lot of time and effort, and also the dependency on people is also eliminated by having a runbook appropriate for every incident that we could possibly have in the system or in the project. So that is about having the runbook. Now though we have completed the configuration part of the incident manager, now let's get into the configuration part of CloudWatch alarm. So under the CloudWatch console alarms, create a new alarm. So come into the EC2 section where go by the per instance metrics, because what we are looking for is about CPU utilization. So this is the instance in question, and the metric that we are looking for is about the CPU utilization. So on selecting that, I would like to be highlighted based on the condition that is static, where my CPU utilization goes beyond 70% and above, I would want this alarm to be triggered. And the action for that alarm would be a systems manager action. So this is where the systems manager's response plan and the CloudWatch alarm gets integrated. So the most happening part is this CloudWatch and systems manager's integration action. So here, instead of creating an ops item, I go ahead and I use the new feature of create incident, and I map this my response plan. When this incident happens, just follow this response plan, trigger this. So what happens is the contacts that are configured in this response plan will be notified. The resolution that is given in the runbook will be executed. The people have to be just follow the runbook and react on the instructions given in that runbook and mark the incident as resolved. So that is how it works. So the next step would be that this CloudWatch alarm is created and it is available for action. So now we have the response plans created, CloudWatch alarm being set, and the next part is to do the actual stress. So for that, I take a connection to my EC2 instance. I install my EPEL and I install a stress utility out of this. This is a utility which will allow us to stress our system against CPU, memory, input, output, and disk against a configurable measure. So by that way, this is very useful. And again, these two steps could be part of your EC2's user data as well. It's just that I have connected here and I have executed it. And now comes the actual stress test. So you do the stress test with the CPU of 3 CPU with the timeout of 300 seconds against my EC2 instance. So where the CloudWatch alarm has been enabled, and also the CloudWatch alarm is integrated with the Incident Manager's response plan. And if you're wondering what this is a browser client feature of AWS. So that is how I connected instead of SSH. So now what happens on having this stress activated, and while the stress is running with 3 CPU utilization, on reaching the 70% threshold, the new incident is created and that gets listed under Incidents Manager. So now with the high impact, it's just 2 minutes that this incident has been reported. And after reporting this, we'll be getting an alert. Since my first level of alerting would be for my email, I got an email from AWS SSM saying that there is an incident that has happened, and if we have to acknowledge, go ahead and use this is the code that has been shared. So with that acknowledgement code, you have to come back to your screen. On looking into this email, you have to log in and get into your Incident Manager response plan and do acknowledge this engagement. So what happens is, when you don't acknowledge, this gets escalated to the second level of context that has been given, and then the next level, and then the next, and it goes on as per our configurations over there. So now I just acknowledged here with my code that has been given in this email. And after acknowledging, this is how the Incident Manager is progressing. So we have tabs for overview of what is happening from the runbook, the metrics that cost us this Incident Manager that could be tagged here, the timeline that is taken for each step of this process, the runbook that is to be followed, and engagement plans, the contacts, and the escalation plans that were actually tagged are all listed here. So this is basically giving an overview of what is actually happening. And of course, on completion, you can go ahead and click on the resolve incident option in order to mark this incident as resolved. And as we speak, there is also a time that is being recorded. So now it is 7 minutes that this incident has been reported, and finally it has been acknowledged, and the runbook steps have been started. So as we discussed before, there are 4 stages like triage, diagnosis, mitigation, and recovery. So at every stage, the team can look into the instructions that is given in the runbook, and then they can take action to perform the steps that has been explained in the runbook. And finally, you have to click on the resume option, and until then, this particular step will be in the waiting stage. So once I complete every stage of the steps, every stage would be marked as success, and the final end result would be that the whole incident is a success, and the total duration and the timeline of events that happened in every stage is also recorded. And as of now, it is 36 minutes for giving a response and complete the steps completely. And now I can go ahead and click on the resolve incident, which finishes my journey of resolving the incident that has happened on EC2. So this journey, if you could see, it's completely recorded. Each and every information that could be minute is also recorded, captured, and it's available against this particular incident with a date and time at any point in time for our analysis. So with the timelines that has been taken, with the runbook that steps that has been followed, and the total time that it took us in order to give a resolution. So by this way, the later analysis would give us a lot of information on improvising the steps in the runbook, or the metrics, or the values there. So let's see. So here ends the incident management, but the next part is the most exciting one. Let's see how the post-incident analysis works. So normally we would be doing a root cause analysis after the production incidents are addressed. There would be a team sitting up and discussing on what actually caused the incident and how we would go ahead and prevent those, and also how we would correct if that happens again, and how to include that as a mechanism so that it doesn't happen again, either in your design review or your code review or in your testing part. So that is how the actual journey is happening. So here the same thing will be documented by every possible way with all possible parameters. So let's see how. When you create an analysis, when you start with an incident analysis, you will find a existing template that is provided by AWS under the document section, which is post-incident analysis template. This quite covers all possible choices there. So in case if you're not finding it enough, you could you can even go ahead and customize the template that is available there. So this is the view of what's actually available as part of the incident analysis. So the timeline, the metrics, and the incident questions are all captured here. So this is about incident summary and impact. These could be edited and updated. On updating them, the incident gets into a completed stage. So the explanation given here for this example is that the EC2 was stressed out and it was challenged for its availability, but having the CloudWatch alarm set has alerted us. So, and then it was resolved. So that is about incident summary, because it asks about why it happened, how it was mitigated, and what was the steps that was followed. So that could be updated here. And here comes the impact. So this is basically the impact is assessed in terms of time, money, and the reputation. So over here again, it depends on how we are measuring the availability and customer experience here. So based on that, it could even get into the medium priority. Based on the impact, it could also be raised as a critical issue, or it could retain as a high priority incident. So on completing these two part of the incident questions, now let's get into the detection part. So this is questioning about how this investigation started, how it was detected, and could we bring down the time that we took. If you had have seen in the previous slides, it took us 36 minutes to resolve that incident. So given that time, is there any possible way that we could have resolved it in a much earlier time frame? So any inputs on that area, and what other adjustments could be made on the metrics part, or if the metrics or the alarms needs any adjustments, so that could also be captured here. And then comes the diagnosis part. How could the time to diagnosis be improved? By adding more insights into the problem, and if there is any updates to engage the correct contact faster, that was responded as expected, so no updates needed there. And when it comes to mitigation part, whether we need to have any improvements in the mitigation. So here the feedback is that it could be executed as a script rather than having those as steps in the runbook. So instead of that, it could be a script that could be executed in order to get it resolved. So that is the feedback that has come up here for this particular incident. But again, this could be discussed as a team, a vote. It could be voted, and then these points could be filled in. So here ends the post-incident analysis with the final choice of having prevention mechanism. So again, it is following the 5 whys method, which was there in a Tokyo production system. It's quite famous now, and most of the teams are following now. So this is about the problem what you had. It's about having the EC2 of overutilization against the CPU metric. And we go ahead and ask questions about why. As a team, we could sit together and ask this, and also give us the lessons learned against each why. So with the reaching 5 whys will actually bring us to the root cause. Could be like a human error, or it was omitted during the design or during the code, likewise. So the actual reason could be named by answering these 5 whys. So that is also captured and documented against your incident analysis. So this is the complete checklist of what has happened over the timeline, and what kind of metrics have been captured, and how many answers analysis have been given against each of these phases like prevention, mitigation, diagnosis, and detection. So with this analysis will also be completed. From the incident manager, you will have all the incidents listed here, the duration taken, and whether the incident had an post-incident analysis done, and all the analysis will also be listed against this part. Anytime you can select these incidents, could reopen, rework on that, update the runbook. There is a lot of room for improvement, and that could be performed at any point in time as well. So this brings us to the end part, that is about pricing. So we are charged based on the active response plans per month, and 100 SMS and voicemail are free for a month. And after those 100 messages, the rates as per that country would apply. And apart from that incident manager's response plan, the execution of runbooks and the op center items will also be costing us. And as we have integrated EC2 with the CloudWatch alarms, and that too it is on detailed monitoring, the billing for detailed monitoring will also be adding up to us. So this is how the journey of incident management happens in AWS. So I encourage all of you to go ahead and try this in your AWS accounts and implement this with your project or team's use cases. Thank you so much for joining. Be vaccinated, be safe. Thank you again.
Thank you, Vijay Nirmala. The session was really enlightening. And we have a couple of questions from the community. Actually, we would like to know about your experience as a AWS community builder.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much for the user group for giving me this opportunity this time at South Asia 2021. Thanks to the audiences as well. As a community builder, it was a great experience, and you have to prepare a lot, and you get to learn and share your thoughts as well in that community. It is a great level of experts, varied, coming from different backgrounds with varied experiences. It's really a treasure. You get to know about the use cases, what they use, and you learn a lot from them. So it's basically like you come to know what's not possible and what is possible from others' experience. So it's easy by that way.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Vijay. That's really great to know about that. Okay, we have another question. We would like to know. We would like to get your advice to the women in tech community.
That's a great question. So I would say they can all start. It's all about, we think a lot about where do we start and should we actually be a part of a group or should we contribute, but actually start being part of a group, then go ahead with how you're able to get along with the team. And once you start learning, you will also get into a spirit of sharing something back. By that way, you can start your journey. So when you're a group, you're also encouraged and you might get a lot of inspiration from other co-women in technology. So by that way, you'll also be inspired, and then we start. Otherwise, most of the time we think, but it never starts, either a subscription or starting up a course or doing a certification. So when you're in a group, you're motivated. So by that way, it is good. So please do join our community groups, AWS community groups.
Yeah, sure. It's great. Okay, thank you so much, Vijay Nirmala. That was very informative session.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Angel. So we'll move on to the next session for today. So I'm very excited to announce our next speaker for today's track 2, which is Brian Tarbox. Brian will be joining us from Boston, USA. All right, about Brian. Brian is an AWS community hero and is the organizer of the Boston AWS meetup. He has had over 20 years of experience turning ideas into designs and designs into production systems. Brian has also twice led teams to win the Net World Interrupt Product of the Year and has had over 40 technical publications. We welcome Brian to our talk. Brian, over to you.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to talk with this group. One of the it's I don't know if I want to say benefit, but one of the results of the pandemic is that we get to have speakers back and forth. It's 4:30 in the morning my time, so it's I'm wearing headphones so I don't wake anyone up. But the last talk was great. I really enjoyed that. Yeah, let me go to my screen share. Hold on a sec. Share screen. Okay. Yep. Okay. And let me go here. It's getting play from start. Okay. Just checking. You can see my screen.
Yes, Brian, we can see your screen.
Okay, great. Thanks. So this talk is about Alexa emotionality, and Alexa are the little devices that Amazon sells. And I'm pleased that this time I've remembered to mute all my Alexa devices, and that I've really drunk the Kool-Aid, and I have Alexa devices throughout the home, and usually they're interrupting me when I give talks about Alexa. So we won't get interrupted. Just my obligatory branding. I have a regular full-time job, but they asked me not to mention that during these talks. But as the introduction goes, I'm a community hero, and they give us these, the shiny medallion to show, which is really kind of fun. And I run the Boston meetup, and as the previous speaker was talking about how to get started, not only can someone from Boston join your user group, but anyone who's listening to this can give a talk in the Boston group. We're always looking for speakers, and that would be great. I've got some diverse background. You can see in the bottom right, I used to be a dolphin researcher in Hawaii, and I have an open source music project that lets you turn log files into music so that you can listen to your application. So I'm kind of an odd one, I guess. Like I said, we run the I run the Boston meetup, and this is sort of a little inside joke, but I'll let you in on it. In that we have strong accents here in Boston, so we don't say Boston, we say Boston. And so we came up with this logo of the Boston User Group, and the Makeway and Ducklings is a cultural icon in Boston, which I guess you have to be here to get that one. But anyway, so we're very proud of that logo. Okay, so let's talk about Alexa in general. I know many people are very, very familiar with it. I'm not sure in your neck of the woods how familiar folks are with Alexa itself, but so let me just give you an overview. And one of the strange things that Amazon has done is that applications in Alexa are called skills. So I say skill to most people. They're like, what? It's an application. So basically, you have an Alexa device, and there are various devices, and we'll get into that in a little bit. Originally, all the devices were these little hockey pucks or cylinders, but now they're the new ones around. But Alexa also has devices that have screens, and I've really recently gotten into screen devices. But the device is sitting here, and there's always been a little bit of controversy of, oh my God, Alexa is listening to me all the time, and isn't that a security consideration? Well, if you have a cell phone with you, I think you at a certain level have given up on privacy, but that's another whole talk. But the Alexa devices are listening all the time, but they only keep a buffer of the last 6 seconds, and none of what they're listening to goes up to the cloud until you hear the wake word, which is generally Alexa, although it can also be Echo or computer, or bizarrely, they've just added one where you can control the devices by saying Ziggy, which I don't understand that. But anyway, so it's only when the wake word is said that your device takes the information and sends it up to the cloud. So you say, Alexa, what's the weather, for example. The Alexa device hears it, sends it up to the cloud, figures out which application, which skill should respond to that request. It sends the request to that skill. The skill generally has a Lambda that responds, that figures out what the response should be. It sends the response back to the cloud, which sends it back down to the device, and you hear it. And I'll tell you that the skill that I'll be mostly talking about is I have a skill called Premier League, which lets you have information about British Premier League football. Here in the States, a lot of people call that soccer, as as contrast to the American National Football League. In my household, football means soccer. So people would say, Alexa, ask Premier League how Liverpool is doing, and my skill would get invoked, and I'd figure out, I'd get information about Liverpool and send it back, and then send it back down to the actual Alexa device and speak to you. So that's how the Alexa devices work in overview. And if people have questions along the way, I'm not sure if I'm happy to take questions during the talk if you do have questions, or we can take them at the end. But anyway, so that's the Alexa overview. Okay, so one of the things with Alexa is that we know that these devices aren't people. We know that they're just little bits of, they're little computer devices sitting in our houses that are talking to, computers up in the cloud. But there's a level where we don't really want to believe that. It's easier to refer to sort of pretend that these devices are people, especially because they have a human name. We speak to Alexa. We say, Alexa, how's it going? And Alexa interacts with us more and more as if it was a person, or at least an artificial intelligence. And there's this thing called the uncanny valley, where if an AI simulation is almost exactly right, it can be a little frightening. It's this valley of if it's clear that it's good but not perfect, that's pretty good. As it gets a little bit too close to perfect, it can be off-putting to people. Now, Alexa we're not in any danger of that yet, but maybe we will eventually. But as skill writers, we really try to maintain that illusion that you're talking to a person. Now, when you talk to humans, which is most of the time when you're talking to humans, people talk with emotions. Oh my God, I'm so excited. I actually am very excited to be here today. I'm also kind of tired because it's 4 a.m, but that's okay. Hopefully you have no doubt that I'm not a simulation. But when we talk to computers, the tone is always the same. If you've ever called one of those telephone support lines, press 1 to get more information, press 2 to speak in Spanish, press 3 for, it's always the same. It's always flat. There's no affect. You have there's no attempt to make you feel like you're talking to a person. So what I'm going to talk to you today about is how we can make your skill more interesting and more engaging. And one of the reasons why we like to do this is as a skill writer, we're judged on how many interactions we have, how many people are using our system. And the more emotive one can be, generally, the more interactions you have. I will say my Premier League skill is now at about 110,000 interactions per month. So, I'm doing something right. And the thing is, as I started adding emotionality, the usage of the skill went up dramatically. So here's the code to show you a simple text response. This is a little bit of code that's actually could be in my Lambda that's responding to my to an event that's. And I'll say that, I'll do that again. So that's okay, but it's and hopefully you all heard that. But when my Lambda is called, there's generally a handler that handles the response, and I tell it what to say, and it says it, and it's okay. It's not bad, but it's not going to win any prizes. And most skills just stay with that approach, and it's okay, but it doesn't grab you. It doesn't stand out. Okay. So now let's try something a little bit more interesting, and I'll play it for you, and then we'll go through the text on how you would do it. You can tell that that's a very different experience. Okay, it's I'm not saying that you now believe that you're listening to an AI, but it's a very different experience. It's a lot more engaging. So let's look a little bit at the code on how we did this. Again, we have a handler, and this time we break the actual speech out to a text variable, but again, in the end, we're doing a return, and we're speaking the text. So let's look at the text. So this is a simple spoken response. Then we have this Amazon emotion bit of code. And basically, this is what's called SSML. Boy, that's hard to say at 4:30 in the morning. Speech synthesis markup language. So what it says is that we're going to use an emotion. The name of the emotion is excitement, and the intensity of the emotion is high. I could also have low excitement. And then down here, I finish it. Now, one of the things you may notice is the text says Liverpool wins the league, and so on and so on. Emotions take time. Well, what do I mean by that? Listen to this. Listen to the sample again, and notice how the emotionality ramps up. So one of the things that Amazon doesn't really talk about in these emotional indicators is they don't just go, "I'm about to be very excited," because that's not how people speak. People ramp up and ramp down their excitement. So even though you might think it's going to be very excited starting here as with emotional indicators, you notice that it took time for the excitement to build. And that's another example, very subtle way that the system tries to mimic how humans talk. But you see that it's really, it is essentially one line of code here to, pretty dramatically change how the interaction sounds. Whoop. Okay, we're gonna jump ahead. Now Alexa can also speak with different voices. So here I'm saying the same thing, but with different speakers. We have U.S. speakers, representing people from various countries. So listen to the same thing said by different voicing. So that was the same text, but it sounded very different. Now, there's a lot of ways you can use this. You can have a particular voice that you use throughout your skill, and that's quite interesting, even just by itself, because most of the skills don't do that. Most of the skills simply talk in the normal Alexa voice. But if you,
Brian?
Yep.
Hi, I'm so sorry to interrupt you in between the session. Just to let you know, your Alexa's voice is a little low. We can't hear it
Okay.
properly.
Let me, okay, let me turn it up a little bit. Let me try again, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Is that?
Yeah, I think it's better. If you could increase the volume a little more, that would be great. It's better now, but a little more, I guess. Yes, I think, all right. Yeah, I think it's better.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. So again, you could hear that there was very different voicing. It was the same information presented each time, but different voicing can make it more interesting. So you can pick different voices depending on each interaction you're having. You can also pick the different voice for where your skill is running. So Alexa is available many places around the world. And I'll say my own skill, the Premier League skill, although most of the users are in the US, and we have a bunch in England. There are people using the skill in India, Australia, and so on, in different places. So if you use a skill, if you use a voice that's appropriate to where your user is running, the skill will seem more natural. And again, the code to make this change is very, very simple. Another place where you can use this voicing is if your if your skill is wanting to represent multiple people. So a lot of skills exist as games where you have different characters in the game, and you can give each character a different voice, and it becomes a lot more interesting and a lot more engaging. Okay, so one of the things you can do with the emotionalities is that you can combine them, and you can have all different effects combined together. And we'll give an example here that hopefully you can hear better. The best team in the league is Leicester. The worst team in the league is Arsenal. So you can tell I'm a fan of Leicester, and I'm not a fan of Arsenal, although they're a fine team too. You can make each of your interactions have different emotions, and there's also things you can do. You can speed up, you can slow down, you can increase or decrease the volume. So it's fine to do that, but don't go overboard. It's like seasoning. Food with no seasoning, is kind of bland. But you also don't want to overwhelm the meal. If all you're tasting is just this cacophony of spices, that's not great either. We're not trying to draw attention to the emotionality. When a person is using your skill, we don't want their response, them to be thinking, "Wow, this skill is really emotional." We want that to be a subtle layer. It's like, wow. We want the person to be thinking, wow, this skill really knows about soccer, And so it's meant to be sort of a subtle interaction. So use these what we call, emoticons, but don't overuse them. Don't go crazy. Okay. So in part, variety is your friend. Okay. So another way to achieve the illusion is by saying the same thing, but different ways each time. If you asked one of your friends how you're doing, and all they ever said was, "I'm fine," and the next day they said, "I'm fine," next day they said, "I'm fine," that's not so interesting. And some of us do say that, but sometimes it's just because we're tired. But in general, every time you interact with a person, they'll say things just a little bit differently, and it doesn't take much to help with the illusion. So this first line here, one of the things that followers of football or soccer care about is which player scored the most goals. Now, if I always said the player with the most goal is Mohamed Salah, and the next day I was like, the player with the most goals is Mohamed Salah, that's fine. But if you just add some variety, the highest scorer is Mohamed Salah, the top scorer is Mohamed Salah, the best scorer is Mohamed Salah. You can interject this variety, and it helps maintain the illusion because it takes away one of the clues that you're talking to a computer system. So, and it's not that hard. So for every interaction that you have with your user, you can find basically different ways of saying the same thing. And it keeps the illusion that it's not a computer because it's not the same thing all the time. But also, as you can interject more information that makes it seem that your skill knows what's going on. So I'm not sure if everyone here is familiar with red and yellow cards in football, soccer. But if you get a red card, you're ejected from the game, and your team has to play short for the rest of the game. So I say the players with the most red cards are. But I also sometimes say the players who are leaving their teams playing short the most are. And someone hearing that, the subtle message that the person receives is, wow, this skill understands that getting a red card has implications. They may not think that consciously, and they may not think, wow, this skill knows my game. But it's another clue, and we're trying to add just these little clues to maintain the illusion that you're talking to something real. And doing this is really easy. So I have these, I have an array called varied prompts. I can do a simple randomization. And, so when I'm, if I return this, I get a random input of which of those prompts that I'm going to be using. And since my Premier League skill lets the user ask about 12 different questions, if each one of those has 3 to 4 different answers, there's actually quite a lot of variety. And I also have, I'll just toss in there, one of the difficulties with Alexa designs, voice design, especially when you have a skill like mine that has a lot of different things you can ask, is how do you tell someone, how do you inform the user about all the choices they have? If you were using a visual system, you could have a drop-down list of all the choices, but in voice, you can't do that. If at the beginning of my Premier League skill, I said, you can ask about fouls, or touches, or tackles, or referees, and I went on through the whole list of 12, people get bored and they don't remember. So I actually have the system of making suggestions. So I have this variable extra command prompts. It's an array. And again, I do a random choice of which of these extra prompts that I want. And then once I've used it, I remove it. And you can see here, my varied prompts are randomization of the varied prompts themselves, and then a randomized suggestion of another thing the person could ask. So with that, we're again increasing the volume of different ways that we'll say similar things, which continues to maintain the illusion that there's an emotional being out there someplace behind your device. Now, one of the things I did recently, and this seems to have been very, very well received, is I've added some background crowd noise. if you've ever been to a sporting match, you know that the crowd noise is a big part of the experience. So to add background noise using something called APLA, Amanda Presentation Language Audio, again the user says something. Alexa, how did Liverpool do? It goes to the device. We recognize the speech. It figures out that the intention is to ask about a team. And again, I have my Lambda that's processing that. But in this case, I render a document rather than just sending out speech. And that comes back to the system and goes back out to the user. And I also have the option of making a visual response in addition to just an audio response. So let's, right. So rather than that SSML that I've been showing you earlier, we send a document, and the document has structure to it and it has data, so you can parameterize things in your Lambda. And the document says what the system should do, what it should say, and the order in which it should say it. Now, I will say APLA's documentation is pretty thin, and the error reporting is quite frankly terrible. If you get your document wrong in any way, it just says invalid response, and it doesn't tell you why it's invalid or where it's invalid. So writing these documents can be pretty tricky. So my best advice is to find a working example, and there are lots of them. Find a working example and start there and make little changes, and use source control for your system. Use GitHub or something, because sometimes it can be a very subtle change that makes the thing invalid. And like I said, I love Alexa. I love Amazon. I'm a community hero after all, but this is one place where their error reporting is really pretty bad. So now let's look at how we're going to add crowd noise. So it looks a little bit different, but it's still okay. In this case, we're still returning, and we have this thing called a response builder. Okay, and here we add a directive, and the directive is Alexa Presentation Language Audio render document directive, and we have a link to the document, and then we have the source code for the document. In this particular case, I'm not binding any data to it, but now so you can see that you don't have to understand this bit of code, but the very fact that I can show you this bit of code on a single PowerPoint slide to make crowd background noise shows that it's not too bad. So let's listen to, let me show you the document first, actually. So because here I'm referring to a document, so let's look at the document. So it's just simply a JSON document. We say that it's an APLA document, and we're going to do a mix, because we want to have a mix of the actual spoken text and also some background crowd noise. So we have it's a mixer type. And this is the beginning of it. The next bit is we have what items we want to mix. Okay. Well, we have some text, and remember, this goes back to our familiar SSML. And so this might be the text, the actual text that would be spoken, like, Liverpool beat Arsenal, so on and so on. And then this little bit over here is the bit that's kind of interesting. We now have this one's type was speech. This type is audio. And I pass in, a link to the source of my audio, which is just going to be a background sound file. And one of the things that's kind of interesting is that your sound file, how long should the sound file be? Well, your text over here is going to be different on every interaction. And so Amazon has given us this really nice control called trim to parent, which says basically have crowd noise going, but as soon as this item is done, stop this item. Okay. the next bit, and you can go crazy with the various interactions. A next bit that's interesting is when you a place where it matters is when you change languages. Until recently, or I guess currently, all of my my skilled users have been using English, but here in the States, especially, Spanish is the second most popular language in our country, and so I'm trying to create a Spanish version of the skill, which is tricky because I don't actually speak Spanish. My wife and son speak Spanish, and they mock me incessantly on my attempts to use Spanish. And so I'm going to play for you a little phrase, and I'm going to say it. I'm going to have this phrase said in English, and then an English voicing of Spanish, and then a voicing using a Spanish speaker. So you can see down here, I have this XML, and I have a voice name of Miguel. And you don't need to know, and what we're trying to say is this Spanish phrase that basically says, Liverpool beat Chelsea, or Liverpool is going to play Chelsea. And so listen to the differences. And you don't need to speak Spanish, because I don't, but you can hear the implications of the voicing. And this is going to be silent for just a second here. There we go. Okay, so even I can tell that the first couple of those were painful to listen to. It's like me saying, El Ganador de la Premier League, Podria. No, that's terrible. When I had a Spanish speaker speaking the Spanish, it became a lot more reasonable. And that's it for right now. All of this only scratches the surface of what you can do with emotionality and various things in voice. The idea is to let you. Basically, the takeaways from this is that voice is becoming an increasing many more things are becoming voice enabled, and the number of people who have Alexa devices in their home or in their car, or I now can have Alexa in my headphones. It's just growing and growing, and Alexa has over 200,000 skills in their skills store, and so standing out is important. And one of the best ways you can stand out, one of the easiest ways actually, is by making your voicing seem different than the vast majority of skills that aren't doing voicing. But you don't want to just stand out. You want to stand out because your users want to interact with your skill. When my skill hit over 100,000 interactions per month, I had a pretty good clue that people like this skill. And so that's one of the things we're trying to get at. We all want our people to like our systems. That's it. I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Brian. That was a wonderful session. I really enjoyed it, and I'm sure that all of our audience listening in also enjoyed it. So we'll move forward with the questions. We have a couple of questions from our community. The first is, would you please like to tell us about your experience in driving the AWS community, especially at Boston, since you're obviously an AWS hero as well?
Okay, great. Yeah. Well, I have loved running the Boston group. I will say that I sort of got snookered into it in that I had been a longtime attendee of the meeting, and I knew the previous organizer. And at one point, he said, "Hey, Brian, can you help me out a little bit with the organization?" I said, "Sure." And he said, "Okay, I'm going to make you a co-organizer." I said, "Oh, great." And then he said, "I'm going to be away for the next 2 meetings. Could you run them?" I'm like, "Sure." And then he said, "By the way, I'm stepping down and you're it." So I sort of walked into that. But it's actually a lot of fun. When the pandemic started, lots of user groups reduced the number of times they were meeting. We've actually increased it. So we've been meeting every other week for the last 20 months. So it's been a real challenge, or I guess I'll say it's been a fun journey to find speakers all the time. But we've worked really hard to be fun and engaging and very welcoming. I will say we have an incredible diversity of our speakers. Over 50% of our speakers don't look like me, which is great. And we've had a tremendous number of female speakers, which I'm very, very proud of. So that's been a lot of fun. And the community hero process, there's about 200 of us in the world. So it's pretty cool. And where else do you get to wear a cool medallion like this? When I first put this on, my son said, "Dad, you're not wearing that." I'm like, "Oh, for God, of course I'm wearing this. This is amazing." And so at reInvent, they treat us like celebrities. So in 2019, I got to have drinks with Werner Vogel, which is kind of amazing. But it's a journey. And one of the things we try to do in our user group is help people start the journey and progress. And in fact, we're going to be holding a workshop in January by a trainer specifically for people who are traditionally underrepresented, and help them gain the confidence to give talks. So it's a lot of fun.
I'm sure it is. And of course, you're a celebrity. Another question coming up is, so what is your advice to all of, the freshers and the juniors who are trying to get into the cloud-based computing stream of their careers?
Okay, sure. That a great question. I guess it's remembered that we all were beginners once. And one of the best pieces of advice is to maintain what's the beginner mind. So there's all kinds of training out there, and there's lots of, and I'll say user groups are a great place to start, because you can come to a user group and listen to talks, and you don't have to understand it all, but you get exposed to it. Like, I'm not expecting that at the end of this, everyone who's listening to this can go out and write SSML. But you've gotten a taste of it, and you've seen that it's not that bad. And user groups are generally a very, very friendly place where you can ask questions. There's lots of training. Amazon has the cloud practitioner certification, which is a fairly beginner certification. So I'd say join users group, join user groups, get some training, but also just start playing with things.
That was a great answer again. I'm sure that the audience will have a great time learning from your session. Again, could we have our moderators to just flash the link of the quiz on the screen, please, for this session? Right, here's the track 2 session 6 quiz. The audience can participate in this quiz. All right, moving on. Thank you so much, Brian, once again.
Thank you, my pleasure.
All right, so I'd like to hand over the mic to Angel now.
Okay, thank you, Vaishnavi. Let's move on to our next speaker, Ashan Fernando from 99X. He's the founder of Endlier, a startup on content creation that works with over 40 software professionals across the country, helping international brands for content strategy and execution. Let's gear up to hear from Ashan on how AWS shapes the role of a software architect in year 2021. Ashan, all yours.
Thanks for the broad introduction. So let me share my screen.
Sure.
Okay, so can you all see my screen?
Yeah, yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, so let me start with the session. So a bit about me. I guess I got a very good introduction. So I've been working as a solution architect as 9x, a software services company, and then I've been working on different types of software domains, like working with products in travel, healthcare, accounting, aviation, and etc. And also, this gave me kind of quite a deep understanding about how different products works and how the architects involved in designing the products, especially with the cloud. And also, I've been an active member on the AWS Community Builder program, also like doing open source Google Summer of Code mentor. So there are a few activities where I got involved. And one of the core contributions is for the serverless DynamoDB local plugin, which has more than 100,000 downloads per month. So that's basically about me. Moving into this session, as software architects, we usually follow a process, right? Like that's quite common. And when developing software products, which I'm quite familiar with, and of course there are architects who are from the enterprise background, which is slightly different, but more or less follows the same approach, where we start with the functional and non-functional requirements. Then identifying these the important requirements that has the kind of, we call them the quality attributes. After that, we try to figure out like what's quite important, find the trade-off like in terms of security, availability, and then finally come up with the architecture runway, where we next do the technical selection. And this process is quite firm, and ultimately for external party, they will see that these architects might ultimately kind of responsible in terms of the frameworks, code, and the technology that they select upon. And so this is kind of the early days before cloud. And those days, the hardware was not much of a problem for us because the infrastructure was quite managed by the IT team. And that was a kind of a good era where like we can keep our core focus in terms of how we structure our software, how we structure our program, and so on. But then with the move to the cloud, so I'm just recalling back 8-10 years ago, then when we moved to the cloud, we got the opportunity to have more power in our hand. Like we have the more options in terms of our services that we choose, more middleware support. Then also we can design applications with different kind of quality attributes, with even keeping the cost low. So we have more options, and these options also came up with a lot of power. And that actually increased our responsibility, where as architects, we had to go beyond the code and frameworks and start thinking about the infrastructure, the middleware, and also DevOps. And not saying that, I mean, the cost of ownership also had a very high focus, because before the cloud era, we just had to kind of design the requirements for the infrastructure and then hand it over to the IT team, where they will take care of it. But now we have to start thinking about the cost in terms of selecting services and so on. And also some of the new paradigms starts to appear, like serverless, where our focus also went into choosing these services properly in terms of our architecture. Then if you look back about 5-6 years ago, we have seen that a new role emerge, which is we call it a cloud solution architect. And you can also see the cloud certification and all around this role, where one side of the people who's coming from the IT background also wanted to get into this role, where they started covering the cloud technologies and then became cloud solution architects. And also on the other end, which is kind of from my end, where we used to be software developers, where we also wanted to build our expertise on cloud and then gradually became cloud solution architects. But on both sides, there's like a clear, I mean, this role clearly bridges the gap between the software architecture and also the infrastructure, where we had the leverage of designing the overall solution architecture. And some of you might wonder which side is better. And in fact, I could actually take an example to tell, like either coming from either the background to become a cloud solution architect is quite fine. Where I could take example, for example, like about 4 years ago, I used to work as a cloud solution consultant to a kind of a lift and shift project for a large airline reservation system. In that project, though I'm quite coming from the software background, I hardly had time to see and look into the software architecture because there was so many moving parts where I could spend more time in terms of designing the overall architecture, the selection of the cloud services, designing for scale. So those things really mattered at that level, rather going into what's happening inside software. So even for me, though I'm coming from a software architecture background, when designing or kind of moving an application to the cloud, the nitty-gritties of the software at that level isn't required. Like I could still work with kind of considering this application as black boxes. So that's why I mentioned like coming from either the background is fine. But there was one thing like, so this is not the same today. Like if you work on a lift and shift, this could be still fine. But if you are working today, things have changed quite a lot. And from those days to now, year on year, it became quite difficult to draw the line between cloud and code. Because I guess most of you have agreed with me. If I tell like today, we are talking about cloud native and also leveraging these services in cloud like Lambda, API gateways, also part of our application code and part of our solution. So it's very difficult to draw this line, like which part is the infrastructure, which part is the code. So then fast forward to today in 2021, as software architects, it demands quite a lot of skill set, a kind of a broad skill set to adapt to the modern development, because the cloud is simply not about the infrastructure anymore. And for instance, if you go to AWS, you will figure out like how many services are available right there. So, and if you are new to the cloud or moving moving for the first time to cloud, you will figure out like there's not just one family of services. There's quite tons of different families of services available in the cloud, which you can pick from to design your overall architecture. And of course, this demands a new skill set. And so today, I'm going to talk about few set of skills that you need to master, especially when you move into the cloud development and adapting cloud as a software architect. And so let's look into these skills. So the first skill I'm going to talk about today is on distributed systems. And probably you might know, if we look at a solution that we deploy in the cloud, we will directly, knowingly or unknowingly, will depend on kind of a distributed system in the cloud. For example, if let's say you are developing an application and want to set up the correct security levels in the cloud, probably you have to look at how you could design the networks. For example, in AWS, how to design the VPC, subnets, routing tables, security groups, NACLs. That is quite straightforward if you know the underneath or the basics of networking. And also, if you're coming from kind of building software application, more like let's say building monolith application, you might figure out like when you go to the cloud, you might get a lot of options to kind of even lift and shift these applications, also to modernize this with, for example, microservices. And this comes with a lot of need to know what are the options available and so on. For example, let's say if you are, you could easily leverage the cloud to do some heavy lifting if you are following the microservices architecture paradigm. For example, let's say you have multiple services in cloud, microservices in cloud, and you want to synchronize the data. You could select some of the managed services like SQS, SNS, manage queues, or manage pub/sub tools like SNS to do the coordination and communication between these services. And but it's not the technology that drives you for this. It's mostly the nature of the distributed systems, understanding of the distributed systems, where you can go and pick the technology as a consequence. So this is one thing really important for any of the software architects who move into cloud, to understand the fundamentals of distributed systems. Then the cloud technology and architecture expertise. And you might think knowing the technology and the tools in cloud or the services in cloud is enough. That's not the truth, because for example, if you don't have the expertise on using some of these services, at least some types of these services, you might not have that experience in understanding how to put these services into your architecture. For instance, at least if you have some expertise on, let's say, at least from in AWS, if you have expertise on virtual machines or with EC2, or using, let's say, ECS for containers, then you can adapt to maybe later on for Kubernetes. That's quite easy. But without knowing that, if you look at the cloud, you might lose some of the details which might be relevant in terms of your architecture. So having maybe starting from the 10,000 feet view, knowing the broader kind of the structure of the cloud, and then gradually go inside will really help you to understand the cloud overall, and then having some of the expertise in terms of trying out these different types of services will build your mental model so that you can start designing properly in the cloud. And also, if you refer the latest developments, you can find a lot of material out there. For example, for any architect, referring the well-architected framework is a must. And if you clearly go through these pillars, you will find out like these are none other than the quality attributes I just discussed in my very first slide, where these are also part of your application design. But of course, you have to start thinking about from your application perspective and then move into these quality attributes of the cloud and the infrastructure later on. Then this is another skill that most of us doesn't care much, but is really important. Now we were talking about cloud native development and also services that's quite embedded with cloud and the day-to-day development. And sometimes our developers might work on our local environment, and sometimes we might, if the application is cloud native, they might either go for a hybrid development, like they have some part of the application working in their machine and the other part is running in the cloud. So in either of these cases, it's important to keep in mind that developers need to iterate in terms of their development. And if we have a longer iteration time, that will directly affect their productivity. So when selecting these services in cloud, either selecting serverless or Lambda, or even like going for different architectures, fine, still you have to see how practical it is to have a better development experience so that developers can be very much productive and could iterate faster in terms of adding more functionality. And also, like another area is that from the developer's perspective, some of these when we design the architecture, some of the solutions that we pick, so some of the services that we pick might be quite new to them, where it could also impact their the productivity adversely. So we have to plan also in terms of this, because like if you look at last few years, the AWS cloud has evolved massively, and in a particular component in the cloud, let's say in your architecture, in the cloud architecture that you picked 2-3 years ago, might not be relevant today because there's an alternative approach that can solve that problem. So for developers, this might be a challenge, like adapting to all of these new things. So it's important that you have a properly planned in terms of with the right abstractions, or even using emulators, how to keep the developer productivity high, allowing them to iterate faster. And another area in terms of the cloud is the cost-centric design. So the cost always comes as a quality attributes in terms of the architecture. But if you look at really in terms of the cloud, now we have a lot of options available. For example, which storage that we are going to choose. There's 5 to 10 services available in AWS. And if we go to, let's say, what kind of compute that we are going to choose, so many are there. And even very high-level services like AWS Community, even services for search, all these are available. But what should we pick? Should it be cloud-native ones, or should it be more of like we write the code and then manage? It all depends on the cost of ownership. And when I say the cost of ownership, I am actually meaning not just the cost of the cloud consumption, but also the effort that we need to put to adapt these services or adapt these solutions into our overall architecture. And for instance, if you look at, let's say if you are developing a web application and you want to have a authentication and authorization mechanism for your application, you might very well select AWS Cognito. And because the cost is quite less in terms of the upfront cost, you could start with it, and then maybe gradually later, when the application grows, still you can use it because the cost is quite low in terms of the per user pricing. But if you are looking at, let's say, a storage solution like DynamoDB versus RDS, you really have to look at your data architecture and the data access patterns, because it might impact the overall cost ultimately. So realizing this cost-centric design is quite important so that you can define your overall architecture in a better manner. Then finally, I think this is one of the most important things or important skill for a solution architect to know, which is the DevOps skill set, which is like, we can't really differentiate between the DevOps and the code. I mean, the name itself means Dev and the Ops. And we know, like in the modern times, we have a separate person also who's responsible in terms of DevOps in most of our teams. But as an architect, it's also important to understand that DevOps is not something separate. It's a part of the development as well as the architecture. So if you choose the solution that is more like, that has the capacity to develop as well as operate in terms of quick releases, that will really help the product to go to market fast, and also to do the change management properly. And also, today we are not talking about the infrastructure and the code separately, as I mentioned before. And even going further, you can find the DevOps frameworks like CDK or even Pulumi, where we can write our code alongside the infrastructure, so that ultimately they will blend with each other, and we can do the releases together. So any change to the infrastructure or the application could be released even together. So that's kind of a huge milestone if you look back the last 10 years, where the cloud started starting from the infrastructure. Now we are talking about infrastructure and the code together as a platform. And also, I mean, DevOps is not just one skill, like one type, like it's not just about the CI/CD. It's also about the practices and the processes that a team will follow in terms of their day-to-day processes. And as an architect, the architect also needs to look at how we can optimize these processes in a way that it will impact the overall ROI of the product. So that's basically skills that I want to cover. And there are a few key takeaways as well in terms of the architecture. So one thing I just covered is that the role of the architect is actually changing with the involvement with cloud, and it's been evolving, and there's no clear stop. I mean, when we look back in year 2021, we can see we need this skill set that for cloud architect, they need to have this skill set to design better applications in cloud. And also these skills are changing. So you might maybe later on with a new paradigm shift, maybe we don't know, like some few years back, serverless and cloud native became quite popular, so which demands certain set of skills, and maybe later on there could be completely new set of skills. And it's good to have kind of adaptive mindset where you can be kind of ready for these changes. And also, if you clearly see, the cloud and the technologies are quite evolving, but the process that we need to follow as architect isn't changed that much, because I see this misconception in the industry where, like, people start with the technology first. For example, when a team is doing a new, let's say a team is doing an e-commerce application, some teams might even, like some developers might even think starting with the technology. Hey, let's go with serverless, use API gateway, Lambda, and then develop the application. But that's not the right way. We have to still follow the same process where we start with the functional and non-functional requirements and identifying the significant one for the architecture, which we call the quality attributes, and then gradually move into identifying the trade-offs, finding the right technology at last, not at the first. So still, though the cloud evolves, the architecture process that we used to follow could be still the same, like without much of a change. But of course, having a broader understanding on the cloud will definitely help to maximize the usage. And it's quite important, as I mentioned before, not to have the technology or cloud service biasness upfront where we have to keep it for the latter. So that's basically it from my side. So I want to open the session for the questions.
Thank you, Ashan, for the wonderful insight. Actually, we have a couple of questions from our community. And the first one, I will say, do you recommend using managed service or setup service your own way?
Okay, so so this is kind of one of the areas that I covered, whether to use kind of serverless or cloud native services, or I guess the question is about whether to use cloud native services or we develop our own service. And this is basically what I want to iterate is you have to start from the functional and non-functional requirements. Maybe your application might have a compliance reason to keep the maybe to run the application on-prem. Or it could be that it's totally fine to go on cloud purely and then deploy it into multiple regions. That works perfectly. So you have to look from your compliance side, also from the governance, from the core requirements of the product that you're going to develop, and then decide on the strategy, whether to go cloud native or manage your own thing. And definitely going cloud native has its own perks. So if the possibility is there, I will definitely go for that. But it's always a discussion, like to understand the accounts first.
Okay, thank you. And I will move on to next question. Tell us something about AWS well-architected framework.
Okay, so about this AWS well-architected framework, I have a lot of memories because I was there in the reInvent event where it was introduced back in, I guess, 2014 or 15. And the importance is, like, when we look at the cloud, we need to have a proper process of identifying or how we define the architecture in cloud. So the well-architected framework is kind of a good blueprint where you could start with a certain set of questions, certain set of processes where it will guide you through how you can ensure these pillars in terms of security, reliability, even how you operate. So that's kind of the I would say the handbook for any architect to start with AWS or even with any public cloud provider.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Ashan. I will move on to next question. What is your recommendation on revisiting the architectures? How often you do it for your projects?
Okay, so when it comes to architecture, like the architecture is kind of the hardest part or highest cost of change. We really rarely change in terms of the architecture. So we try to design the architecture runaway, like at least to foresee for the foreseeable future. Of course, we don't want to do the big design upfront to predict everything and then do everything right now. So that's kind of a no-go. But still, we have to have a somewhat clear picture where you are going to go ahead with. So the architecture doesn't change that much, but still we have to understand whether the architecture is drifting or not. So looking at the drift, we can plan. It could be like this review. Of course, you can have a frequent review of whether the things are changing in maybe the technology, even in the cloud landscape, whether we can optimize the infrastructure or optimize the architecture. But this doesn't happen overnight. It should be very well planned activity.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Ashan. Actually, we have one more question, and we would like to know about the AWS community activities in Colombo.
AWS community activities in?
Activities in your place.
Okay, so shall I talk about in Sri Lanka?
Yes, that's where we need.
So I think in Sri Lanka, there's as a country, there's a lot of activities going on. So one thing clearly I see is the AWS User Group that's happening quite active in Colombo. Unfortunately, last one or two years due to the pandemic, it's being online. But we had been having it physically for quite some time before, and also. Apart from that, there's a lot of other user groups and activities going on, which handled by different communities in the country. So it's good to get involved if anyone is interested. And you can also contact any of the AWS core team members for that.
Yeah, it's glad to hear that, Ashan. Okay, thank you very much, Ashan. That was very informative, and thank you for your insights.
Okay, thanks a lot for providing this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again.
All
Okay,
right.
one. Okay.
Go on, Angel. Go on.
Okay. Okay, this was our last session on track 2. Please move on to track 1 for community sessions. We have AWS training and certification sessions and closing notes. Okay, don't forget we have a workshops and AWS Jam for tomorrow. Register via our event site. Thank you.
Hey, also, Angel, we have our quiz winners for
Yeah. Yeah. Please.
announcing the quiz winners, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll see you back in track 1.